What's up? Hello. Hi. Sorry to go live so suddenly. I know, I think I still had like 4 more minutes before I had it scheduled, and I also scheduled it like 5 minutes ago. But I was originally not going to go live today, and then things changed. So now I'm here. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I have a feeling there's not going to be too many folks because of all the surprises, but I will just kind of get into things. This is a relatively short half of the episode, and if you're wondering what you're doing here, I just mentioned an episode. Hello, my name is Mega. This is Critical Eyes. I've been DMing for what feels like forever now, but it's more like 10 to 15 years, if I remember correctly. And in all that time, or in most of that time, I had never seen an actual play, not until I started this series. I wanted to watch through Critical Role, give a sort of never having seen it before kind of take on it, and I blind react to it, I analyze, I theorize, we talk about the good, the bad, the ugly, and try to have some fun doing it. If you've seen Super Geek Mike's Critical Role Demystified, similar to that, but live, and I've never seen the show before. And this is episode 104, the second half. This is last episode, or last stream. They talked to Sarenrae on the Isle of Renewal, and now they're going to talk to Pelor to try and get some help with Vecna. What is that help? Ambiguous. But it is probably going to be information, maybe a blessing of some sort. And yeah. What's up, Bing Bong? How you doing? That is about that. And before I actually jump into the episode, I wanted to give a recommendation. A homework, some watch material, if you will. Because I was thinking about this episode, and while thinking about it, I was watching some YouTube, and I saw a video from a creator that I very much like, and I watched it, and it had direct applicability to what is going on in Critical Role right now. We will not watch the entire thing by any means, but I will kind of shout it out and summarize it. So where is it? See, there we go. Okay. It is from the creator, the channel Religion for Breakfast. Heavy recommend if you're interested at all in religious studies. Religious studies from like a critical scholarly perspective. He has a PhD in, I don't want to get it wrong, but I believe it's like early Roman or like antiquity period magic. I know it's in magic, but it is, I can't remember the exact time period, but it's focusing on like Mediterranean, late antiquity, not early antiquity, late antiquity magic. Very cool, like Roman curse tablets and amulets, very neat stuff. But this is why fictional magic systems feel so fake, and it's kind of the main thrust of this video is that most magical systems, or at least a large portion of them nowadays, treat magic as if it is like electricity in a battery, right? Even the Vancian casting system that 5e uses with its spell slots and whatever, that doesn't necessarily equate to like mana or points, but it kind of does. It's just points at like different energy scales, if we want to be, abstract about it. And this video goes through kind of the history of where the magic as energy, sort of that idea kind of came from. The first part of the video is how magic was actually conceptualized, at least in the period that he is an expert in, and how different that is from magic as energy. And then kind of goes into a little bit of the history, a little bit of maybe ways that we can do it differently in our own fictional stories. And really relevant to what's going on right now.
It's a birthright.
In this magic is mundane and magic as profession, in the part 1 and 2 chapters of this video, he goes through how magic was conceptualized in late antiquity, especially in the Mediterranean, as a sort of parlay between powers. The best media touchstone I can think of as an example of this is if you've ever seen Netflix's The Sandman. We see this type of magic in The Sandman, where, I mean, spoiler for the first episode of that series, Roger Berthold, I believe? I can't remember the Magus's name, but he traps Morpheus with an M. He traps Morpheus using a ritual, and then he gains his power via Morpheus. He takes Morpheus's tools and uses that power as if it was his own. A lot of magical practice was even more kind of relational than that. A lot of magical practice was about convincing celestial or divine deities, or divine beings, I should say, to do stuff for you. So it would be like, I entreat you, great goddess of the night, please besmirch my rival's pantaloons during the next solstice festival so that he will be embarrassed in front of all, right? So it is all about convincing these divine powers to do things in your stead, or to give you the power to do things, but it is always a relationship. And I thought that his conclusion on it was very, very interesting, and again, kind of relevant to what we're talking about in Critical Role.
What I've given you here is not meant to be a grand, unified theory of magic. It's a set of observations from the history of magical practice that you can use to make your worlds feel closer to the textures of magic in the ancient world. Of course, there are always going to be counter-examples and diversity. If we shifted our attention to West African divination, or Islamic talismanic traditions, or Buddhist amulets, we'd have to adjust some of the details. Again, you can always find counterexamples. Qi manipulation in Taoism, for example, does look a lot like energy resource management. My point isn't so much that fantasy is wrong,
maybe I'm too early or late in the conclusion. I don't know exactly where it is, and I don't know how down Religion for Breakfast is with reactions. So I'll leave it there and I'll summarize. But go watch the video. It's great. And the kind of primary conclusion is to consider these relationships when it comes to building out a magical system. What does the celestial entity want? Who does it like? Like, who are the types of people that it likes? Does it have particular rituals that it wants to see observed? Is it more about the letter of those rituals or the spirit of them? Are there particular areas of the world or materials that are particularly relevant or important to it? And gaining this knowledge and building relationships with these entities is like the measure of your power. So your power looks less like I have a big mana bar and more I have a network of celestial contacts that I can, call in favors from to enact my will. Now, I'm not saying that Matt needs to build out like a whole social negotiation pillar with divine entities, but it is something I'm going to be kind of looking for in this Pelor interaction is, what does Pelor want? What does his help and assistance look like? Like, if it was as easy as plane shifting to Elysium, and he would just give any old rando that walked up help, that doesn't speak too well to the maybe divine stability of the cosmos. And so we need Pelor to be convinced. Is it the mention of Vecna, a sort of enemy of my enemy is my friend scenario? And how does Pelor react to that? He's this very militaristic, very good-sided god. You probably, as a party, aren't going to want to threaten him, aren't going to want to intimidate him. You're not going to say, you need to help us or else the whole Mundus will burn. He's going to say, I'm sorry, are you threatening me? I'm a divine figure. You need to fucking check yourself, dude. All right? You don't need to tell me the consequences. Whereas maybe a more flighty god, or maybe a more, a god who does care more for like the consequential ripples out into the world, like the Raven Queen, maybe that argument would work better on the Raven Queen, but worse on Pelor, and maybe it's, I don't know, neutral on Sarenrae, right? These sorts of, considerations of like what types of arguments, even if they're presenting the same information, how can you present it in a way that that god or that divine being is actually going to resonate with? And I thought that was so cool. Again, check out that video. Religion for Breakfast is awesome. He has a lot of his videos are very like about religious studies, but occasionally he takes these little kind of side quests into more world building stuff, which is very fun. So check him out. And beyond that, I don't have a lot that I'm really, I would say, like, expecting from this episode, mostly because I don't really know Pelor all that well. So I don't really have a lot that I don't have a lot of preconceived notions about, like, who Pelor is, what he wants, what he does. My only real expectation is that I get to know him. Right, I want to know and I want to understand Pelor and have his help and the things that he requires to receive that help feel cohesive. Oh shit, I can't. Oh, I didn't have the chat up, so I can't highlight them, but I'll still read them. This dude actually studied ancient magic at a real school. Sweet, yeah. He's super sick. Yeah, it's a very cool channel. And point toothpicks at the sun, expecting it to flinch. Yeah, and it's a great example, Cabium, of like, when the ants point the toothpicks at the sun, does the sun find that charming? Is the sun like, you know what? I like your gumption, ants. Or is the sun like, how dare you? How dare you? You are insignificant specks. You need to respect me and give me the respect I am owed. Right? These sorts of divine personas were I think one of the big things that I took away from Religion for Breakfast video. And one of the things that I'm really hoping comes through on Pelor. Because so far, I think that Sarenrae and Raven Queen had relatively similar personas. However, that said, they're not too dissimilar of gods. Right, there is like the transition of death is sort of mirrored in Sarenrae's focus on rebirth. They both have this kind of life-death thing going on. There's the duality of the heat and the cold. There is both of them have, relatively fallen in terms of follower count. It seems like the Raven Queen once had multiple temples like the Marrowglade Loch that have now fallen into disrepair and ruin, similar to Sarenrae's literal and figurative fall from grace. So it's not that crazy to me that they would have at least surface level similar personas. Pelor, on the other hand, he's similar to Sarenrae in like the heat and like the overall alignment, but beyond that, he seems much more distinct from those other two gods, from the Raven Queen and Sarenrae, than they are from each other. And I'm really, really hoping that I feel that distinction. That's the real big thing that I'm looking for. Yeah. Why the hell did I get a biology degree when I could have studied magic? That's what I ask myself every day. Oh, man. YouTube didn't give me a notification. It was very sudden. I didn't give YouTube a lot of assistance in that area. Still crazy that it didn't give a notification. I don't know why that's inconsistent, but I wasn't helping it in this case. The son picks up the adventures in a cup and puts them back outside. Yeah, that's a great third option, right? It can either like the gumption, find it funny, it can be super offended, or it might just say, okay, everybody, like, let's go back outside. Okay. Right. You're trying to save the world. Good luck. Right, take like a super patronizing, but not necessarily aggressive stance. That's a totally valid route to take a persona down. Could be super duper fun. I could even see, maybe Pelor takes that tone until they show him the Eye of Vecna, at which his tone very much changes. There's a lot of options. So I am, again, I'm crossing my fingers that Pelor feels substantially different, and that's my main kind of thing I'm looking out for. And with that said, let's get into it. I don't got that much more to talk about. Let's do it. Oh my god, it's so quiet. Why is it always quiet?
That's right. Make a wisdom saving throw real fast.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Everybody?
Such a great example turning into a crazy dolphin. I'm sorry, we almost escaped the preamble. But amazing example turning into a crazy dolphin of the types of ways that magic was handled in the ancient world, right? Calling Apollo's chariot for a ride, that is pretty similar to something like summon steed in DnD 5e, or even, something like one of the teleportation spells, possibly. And rather than it just takes a certain amount of energy within you that you manipulate according to the weave or whatever, it is Hercules knowing the thing that will get Apollo's attention to the point that he can ask him for a ride. And he knows that Apollo will not be offended by the fact that he shot an arrow at him. He won't be offended. It'll just get his attention. He won't, view Hercules as this, foolish upstart. He's just like, oh yeah, what did you want? Hercules, his power, his magical prowess is in knowing the methods for interacting with the divine here, right? He is a powerful mage in this example because he understands Apollo and interacts with him in a way that Apollo appreciates or is more, I don't know what I'm saying, open to, I suppose. Great example. Fantastic example. Yeah. It's a name I haven't noticed before. Turning into a crazy dolphin. It is quite the name.
No, just Grog, because he's an idiot.
Okay.
Oh, wait, shit, I forgot. I have to fast forward past the break. 2:03:10. Boop.
All right, so back into where we left off. As you ascend the remainder of the stairs and step into the entryway to the Fortress of the Sun, you're led through a series of gorgeous silver and gold archways, dozens of feet above you. The intricacies of the interior scrolling trim and inlay across every...
Also, before we keep going on this, because this made me, I'm hearing him describe this and I'm starting to compare it to the Isle of Renewal and the description of Sarenrae's palace there. To Matt's credit, I was saying that Sarenrae and the Raven Queen, their personas felt somewhat similar to me. To Matt's credit, their divine, I guess, like, living place or existence area feels much more distinct to me. Like, this might not be the case. The Raven Queen might have a divine citadel somewhere, but it seems like she just exists in, like, a void. I kind of assume that she exists in the place between all of the planes in her role as this transitionary figure. I assume that, like, whatever the location, heavy air quotes, that the divine gate exists in, that's the same place that the Raven Queen exists in. Whereas Sarenrae very clearly exists within the Isle of Renewal in the realm of Elysium. And that sort of place in which we interact with the divine was incredibly different between the Raven Queen and Sarenrae. So I did appreciate that. I liked that, like, you know, as opposed to the Raven Queen who just kind of comes to Vax in the void, the Sarenrae, the Everlight, has an actual fortress, an actual citadel. And I do appreciate that Pelor's and Sarenrae's are, their citadels are very distinct. I'm crossing my fingers that is also reflected in their personalities.
The wall, pillar, and banister is incredible. Not gaudy, just magnificent in purpose and history. Glancing across the marble floor, you can see the construction here is immaculate. There isn't any sort of smudge or damage dealt anywhere. These arches themselves, even as you glance over and look, the detail seems to just fractal smaller and smaller in places where you can't imagine a craftsman's hand could have built this. Only through the will of a god could such a thing come into creation on such a vast and minor scale. You also notice as you walk in, there's no shadow or shade. The walls seem to almost emanate light on their own.
I beg to differ.
On the outside's a different still.
Go to the courtyard.
I know.
Just you wait.
Like no shadow underneath.
No shadow underneath you. Looking around you and kind of looking at your hands, you can see very faint shadows can be cast between your fingers and things that are very close. But it's like there's a diffused light throughout the entirety of the interior of the fortress that casts away any darkness or shadow. There's no umbra, there's no place where light is absent. It is just light everywhere. You hear this soft music play the deeper into the fortress you get.
Oh, club's over here, guys.
Rocks fall, everybody dies. It's okay.
Benny Hill
The
music
DM will remember
commences.
The soft music you hear playing throughout the interior of the fortress, like this distant sound of 1,000 soft choir voices accompanying the inspirational sight of the building that you now walk through. You see other entities adorned in armor, still kind of opaque and pearlescent in their spirit form. Some of them have flowing robes of gold and white that just kind of trail behind them and drift across the floor silently. The further in you walk, you begin to see where some of these spires and spiral staircases kind of twist upward. The rooms have purpose and construction, but the scale of those that walk through the halls is so varied that you see staircases on large scales and small scales, and they almost seem to wrap around each other in places. It's surreal, almost Escher-esque in some of the interior construction. You see archways and doorways on different levels, some that appear to be reached only by those that can fly versus those that can just walk and climb. And occasionally you look up and you can see skylights across the top with the same, some open glass and crystal, some appearing to be a small window of stained glass that glitters down in bright blues, purples, reds, oranges. There's definitely a stained glass motif in a lot of the interior of the fortress, which you've seen in some of Pelor's imagery and the symbol around him. It's like a circular stained glass structure that spirals in with the actual star and the sun in the center. The music continues to go louder and louder the further in you walk, and you feel like you're being led along for a good 15 minutes straight. This structure, this hallway just goes on and on, the arches just passing one after the other, and your eyes have adjusted to the brightness of the interior now, and eventually you come to another set of large doors. These doors themselves, no wood, no stone, just pure, vibrant platinum and gold. And the symbol upon them seems to be the same circular motif as the symbol of the Dawnfather, with a star in the center. But the detail and intricacies, you get close, and your eyes, especially you, Vex and Vax, you glance in and you can see on every small scale, even just a simple bar of the star and the sun has writing and has artwork. And then as you kind of look closer, even on a smaller scale, that writing is comprised of smaller artwork and smaller writing. You were thrown off by the level of detail and intricacy of this place's construction. You're in awe, your jaw drops as soon as these reveals seem to just barrage you with each step into the structure. And at that point, the doors open. And you wince once again as the light that fills the room from the inside is near blinding. You close your eyes a bit, and all you hear is this deep, resonant voice say, "Come."
This has to be heaven. The doors just keep opening. This must be the bright light that everyone sees when they die.
Gotta steal these doors.
You want to steal the doors?
What? It's a terrible thing to say in the presence of the dog bug.
We walk.
All right, one foot in front of the other. Here we go.
Oh, we can't hear Liam.
Say that again.
1 foot in front of the other. Here we go. I said.
Okay.
Let's go.
You shield your eyes upon stepping into the actual chamber, because otherwise you're not, even closing your eyes isn't enough. The light is so intense, and it still kind of hurts through your eyelids. So as you step inside and kind of look off, you can now glance around the interior of this chamber, and the same level of fractal-like scrolling detail that you saw on the doors lines every inch of the wall on the inside of this large square chamber. Hundreds of feet across on each side. It's incredible. The floor is almost mirrored in its polish. And you glancing down, while there is no immediate shadow, though behind you the bright light does cast a bit behind you, you can see your reflection almost perfectly in the polished floor below. You glance up and you see the interior of that giant steeple-like tower that sat at the center of the fortress in the distance. And you look up almost endlessly. You can see floor after floor after floor after floor after floor, with just an end.
I was thinking about this between the streams, about the amount of description that Matt is giving. And I've been off and on, I critique Matt for maybe over-describing off and on throughout the series. And I realized the sort of core thing that is standing out to me here is that all of this is a monologue, and it is broken up by false choices, by like moments that are sort of presented as choice, but are not really. So like right there, they had a long bit of monologue, and then it was broken up by the doors opening, Pelor saying, "Come," and Matt pauses there to allow for some ostensibly amount of choice or an amount of input. And I want to be clear that I think that's fine. But it means that you're still in a monologue. It means that those two segments are not actually separated. If you are pausing to give the players a chance to verbally react or interact, but in a pretty much predetermined way, like, are they gonna say no? Pretty much obviously not. And I think that is a good thing to offer to break up a monologue, to break up a big monologue. If you have a villainous speech that you're giving, it should be interspersed with moments where it is more obvious that you are giving the players a chance to react or interact. I think that's a good way to train your players not to interrupt you during monologues. Like, legitimately, I know that that's a thing that a lot of DMs really struggle with, is with they are monologuing something and their players go to react or interact and they interrupt the monologue. And I think that this is a pretty decent solution to that monologue interruption, is to occasionally offer spots of false choice. But I do use the words false choice in particular because I think that while it is a good way to break up a singular monologue, I think you have to remember as a GM that it is all still one big ass monologue. So like, I don't consider that moment where it opens and the doors, the Pelor says come in. That's not like a cut. It's not like he had one monologue and then we had a little bit of interaction and now we're starting a second monologue. It's all still one monologue because the choice was not real within that moment. It was just a point and an opportunity for the players to express themselves without interrupting Matt. And when viewed through that, and that's also what I would say the entire walk up to the palace was until they started interacting with the Celestials. Everything before that was also one big ass monologue, even though there were, in theory, some points where they could react and interact. There was no real choices in those spots. The entire thing was one big monologue. Now, people might disagree with that. Fair enough. But that is why I'm maybe looking at these scenes or segments a little bit more critically, and with a little bit less generosity, because I do view every bit of this as just a giant monologue. And for the introduction of a location, this is a pretty big monologue. This is taking quite a lot of time. Even though, to Matt's credit, I think there's a lot of characterization of Pelor going on here, and I think that's good. It's still quite a long monologue. Quite a long one. So, I don't know. I feel for him because I love to do these sorts of monologues when I introduce a new weird location. But I have to really reel myself back a lot of the time. Do you think how Matt has characterized the gods are a cautionary tale for DM's running gods? No. Hesitant, no. It's difficult. I would say I don't even really have a firm grasp as to how Matt is attempting to characterize the gods here. Like, Raven Queen and Vax have a special relationship. It's hard for me to know how she would interact with like a standard mortal outside of how she's interacted with Percy, and Percy has a very direct connection to Vax, and Raven Queen seems like the type of god that would respect those connections. Sarenrae has a very special relationship with Pike, in that Pike seems to be like single-handedly saving the devotion to Sarenrae. So again, special relationship there. So, outside of those two, the only real god we've interacted with is Cord. And we didn't even really interact with him. It was more through like a sign of Cord than an actual interaction. So, and then beyond that, we have a general setup and conceit for why the gods cannot interact more consistently. There's the Divine Gate. So their silence doesn't even really speak to their personas to me. That said, I brought up the Raven Queen and Sarenrae example. I think that we can view those through the lens of like, not mentor. What the fuck's the word? Oh my God, patron. That seems like both of them seem very like patron warlock to me, more than paladin or cleric. Now, again, it's because I think they have make kind of an elevated position amongst paladins or amongst clerics. But patron warlock relationships are interesting to navigate because you want to keep the otherworldliness of the patron intact while also allowing there to be a personalized relationship between the otherworldly patron and the warlock, or the special boy or girl in this case, special person. So it's hard. I think Pelor is going to tell me a lot. Like, I'm very kind of waiting with bated breath to see how Pelor interacts with them. Because Pelor has the lightest of connections with the party, with Vex being like the mistress of the Grey Hunt and that having some sort of connection back to Pelor. But it's way weaker than the connections that Vax or Pike have. So I think that is going to be telling to me about whether or not I would consider this a cautionary tale. Because I think so far, the running of gods that has been done have been too sort of exceptional. And honestly, the less exceptional of the two, I would honestly say, is Vax. Only because Vax does not have an inherent connection to the Raven Queen, and he only kind of chose to follow her. He kind of chose to follow her under duress a little bit. He didn't choose to follow her because of her precepts or his beliefs or whatever. It was a very exceptional circumstance. And the Raven Queen has kind of been largely characterized as being almost like an opportunistic scavenger, which I think is very interesting. She's very kind of clearly using Vax. She does not it's not like she really cares about Vax. It's not like they have a friendship. I would honestly argue maybe Pike and Sarenrae do. It's very transactional, it seems. It's almost like she feels almost like a recruiter for a company. That's she cares about the talent, but in a vague way. So the Raven Queen being the main god we've interacted with, I don't mind the Raven Queen. I think the Raven Queen's kind of cool. And then Sarenrae is a big ass exception. So we'll see how Pelor kind of pans out, and I'll maybe be able to answer that question a little bit more directly. Idea: break up descriptions in categories like architecture, sounds, design, staff, lighting, materials, temperature, and ask his players which element their PC wants to notice as they walk in. I think there's something there if it all kind of matters. And I kind of think it should. If we take the palace as a characterization of Pelor, which I absolutely think it is, and if we were taking this really seriously as a social encounter or challenge, right? If there was a really heavy chance that they would fail. Let's say that this is a little bit more of a sandbox experience. And they're getting a little bit less direction. And maybe the stakes are a little bit lower, right? I think one of the reasons that they're getting more direction is because the stakes are pretty high and they're directly seeking out direction. So I don't, that's not to say that Vox Machina isn't a sandbox. It still very much is. But let's maybe take it earlier within Vox Machina's timeline when the stakes are a little bit lower. and they were trying to parlay with a god. They did a lot of research. They found out how to transport to the Fields of Elysium. They make their way through. They find the Citadel, and they convince the Guardians at the gate to let them through. Right? If their, like, goal is not this world-ending threat that is Vecna, if they just, like, want something, then I think a breakup like this could be interesting. It's something I would test. There's an amount of, like, unintuitiveness to me that is, like... if I'm thinking about myself as a player receiving this from the GM, I'm thinking to myself, I can't notice everything. Like, come on. But I think there's a way you can thread that needle. I think you could give very baseline descriptions of all of this and then ask the players what, like, small details they're picking out and in which category. Are they paying a lot of attention to the staff, the lighting, the materials, etc.? Now, whether you do this on a per player basis, on a whole party basis, probably gets kind of complicated depending on the number of players that you have. For this type of party, asking every single one of them which ones they're paying attention to might blow up the description more than what Matt did, honestly. But if you're in a situation like I am, where I'm DMing 3 people, that might be pretty doable. So if you want to run like a difficult social challenge, and the landscape is meant to give them information that they will use in that social challenge, sort of like scouting out the enemy formation before a combat, I think there's something there. I think you could work that in pretty effectively. There has to be like something at the root of it. Like each category has to like tell you something kind of unique about the god. Unless you're doing it, where the entire party gets to pick one, and then not every single one has to be unique. You could have duplicates within some of them on kind of like what it teaches you or what it tells you. But you wouldn't want multiple players to ask about two different players ask about 2 different things, and they both kind of learn a similar thing. Or maybe you could. I don't know. But I think there's something to think about there for sure. If you're wanting to run a really, I think, like, intense social challenge here, I don't think that's necessarily what Matt's going for. I think this is, I don't want to call it on rails, but I don't think that this social challenge is going to be super difficult. I think they would have to like actively fuck it up for it to not work out. I could be wrong. But I think they would. It's kind of their encounter to lose. I don't think they'll have to try too hard to win. Yeah. If you ask all the players, it's a table of 7, like Critical Role poor 7th. Yeah. Yep. Brandon has been doing a little in C4. Yes, this is a great example. Fantastic example. I actually wrote this down. I think it was in episode 2 or something. Brennan did something where he set up a gradient. So he was basically like, make your check. A DC 10 will get you some of it. DC 15 will get you more of it. DC 20 will get you all of it. Or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. And I think that having that level of descriptive depth, like, I think there is an opportunity to systematize that a little bit. If you were a DM that wanted to like really consistently run that for social stuff, also for exploration stuff. We've talked about like descriptive depth in terms of clues. Having like kind of 3 layers of sensory information for each clue. If you're wanting to run like a really intense an in-depth investigation challenge. Super similar to what we're kind of talking about here, except honestly, we're really just talking about the descriptive depth of an environment. And the acknowledgement is that we never see everything around us, even though we like to think that we do. And so I think the really big challenge to implementing something like that would be that you have to give the players enough to where it feels intuitive. It feels like, yeah, I'm seeing everything I would see at like a base glance, but then still have multiple layers of depth below that. And that requires a lot of like really in-depth thinking about an environment that none of you can see, including the GM, right? You're only picturing it in your mind's eye. And it requires like really like concentrated thought on that process. Now you could probably make some tables to assist in that. You could come up with like a long list of like different lighting conditions and work those in to help yourself out there. But the idea of layers of descriptive depth, I'm not going to say that like I think it would be like the solution or like, you know, the thing that would make the social or exploration pillar more robust in 5e. But if you were in the business or you did have the goal of wanting to add more mechanical depth to the social pillar, the exploration pillar, both at the same time, I think there's some play here. We're in very like blue sky discussions of these mechanics. You know, I'm not I wouldn't commit to any particular implementation, but I think there's something there for sure. Yeah. I do tiered info pretty often. If I have a description that will contain clues, I usually write at the top block DC 15, 20, 25 and color them. Yeah. And that would be a nice way to add some interactivity. So like I was saying that, you know, these kind of false choices within the descriptive block are just extending the monologue, but allowing the players to react verbally without interrupting the GM. Still a fine practice, but it doesn't actually break up the monologue. The monologue is still the length it was, regardless of the fact that you have these breaks in there. And the breaks are, in a way, just kind of extending the length of the monologue. But if you interjected actual decision points of, do we want to pay attention to the staff, the lighting, the materials, the details, whatever, that's an actual distinction. That's an actual decision point where the players have to actually consider and make a choice. That does break up the monologue, I would argue. And it's one of the reasons that I said that I think the me saying that the walk up between them getting teleported by Sarenrae and them talking to the Celestials, arguably I could accept an argument that says that was not one big monologue and that there were decision points in there because they did have some amount of interactivity with the fruit. And there was interactivity with the Sun Tree, although slightly debatable, I would say. I would say both of them are debatable, but I could accept an argument that says that one was more broken up. But really leaning into that sort of information gathering layer of these descriptive sequences could be really interesting, especially if you wrote a big-ass monologue like this. Like, if you wrote a big-ass monologue like this, and you're looking at it, and you think to yourself, I want to keep all of this? Like, I don't want to delete a thing. I can't kill any of my darlings. there's something to be said for, okay, I'm not going to delete it, but I'm going to hide some of it behind some of these descriptive choices of, are they paying attention to the staff? Are they paying attention to this or that? Whatever. I'm not going to put my, fucking stamp on anything, but there's definitely something interesting there, I think. I wish I was that organized on the regular. I ad hoc tiered info for natural 20s and rarely for beating by a huge amount, but almost always ad hoc when I get surprised. I think that's pretty common. I don't blame you for that. And I think that there's something to be said for, like, how prepped is the session in general. This is an opportunity where, like, Matt's, I think, almost certainly prepped this out pretty substantially. So he definitely would have had the opportunity to build those sorts of tiers into the prep if he had wanted to. But for more ad hoc stuff, if they're just entering a location, you don't have a bunch of description written out. I think it's totally fair to ad hoc it in those sorts of ways. Yeah. I don't use description blocks that often. However, what May is saying right now might enable me to. I think there's at least something to test here. Don't think about it a little bit. Don't don't just rip it. But there's an interesting thought stream here, I think. But Mega, if they fail the higher tiers of my skill checks, they won't hear my sick monologue. I feel it, dude. I feel it in my stomach. I am this quote. I get it. Because I think everything that I create, every environment that I have them enter, I think is cool. Like, I don't build an environment that I don't think is cool, even if it's mundane. I still think it's interesting, and I want to give them everything. But if there's one thing I have learned from Matt, it is that restraint is a virtue as a GM. And man, you have to restrain yourself. It sucks though. D&D would be so much, it would be, well, not so much fun. It would be worse. But sometimes I do just want to monologue at my players and just have them listen and go, ooh, ah. Sometimes that's all I want. Another option for lore monologuing. If it's not listen to this, now make an immediate decision, print out copies and look for an opportunity soon where you'd be spotlighting one or two PCs. The others will read your lore. That's interesting. That's a very, not mechanical. What's the word for it? I almost don't even know what the term for this would be. An actual running of the game decision. I guess this is a similar category of technique for me, like how you collect not inspiration, initiative. Right? Like Matt has his 30 to 25, 25 to 20. He has his little 5 increment groups, and that's how he collects initiative. It's a technique for running the game, not an actual mechanic of the game. Yeah, a participatory technique, I guess, or a running technique. Running technique sounds like I'm talking about a physical activity. An execution, I guess, technique. But there's definitely, I think that is absolutely a valid and interesting technique. Especially if you are pretty confident that one or two NPCs will be spotlighted, maybe Pike and Sarenrae. I think Pike and Sarenrae is a great example, where obviously Sarenrae is going to want to mainly talk to Pike, and you could absolutely have the other players reading lore that you hand them in that moment while Sarenrae and Pike talk. I think that's totally fair. Yeah. Another pro tip for making monologues not suck, learned this the hard way, give one NPC a really ridiculous voice. What, the Victor technique? I don't know if that applies every time, but the fact that I immediately would think of it as the Victor technique says something to its efficacy.
Spiral of various stained glass structures and reliefs and small statues that protrude from the edges, and this tower is seemingly hollow, just leading up, 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 and you can't even make out the top of it from this distance. It looks like a tower that is infinite almost from this perspective. It's so big.
Is the light coming from the tower?
No, the light's coming from the center of the room. As your eyes slowly adjust and you glance past your fingers and your hands, you see there in the center of the chamber is a 25-foot throne of gold, brass, silver, and ruby. And sitting upon that throne sits a mighty being wearing the most intricate and beautiful golden plate armor you've ever seen. Similar in detail and design as the interior of the chamber around you. It almost blends in if you didn't see it shift. A white cloak encases the shoulders of this entity and sways gently at their side like it's been brushed off and dangles over one of the armrests. And where a head would be, instead there is a burning star so bright that you can only look but a second before you have to avert your gaze and shut your lids out of the pain. Just enough time to barely make out the outline of what appears to be a male head, almost featureless, burning within the corona.
Oh!
This
Weakling! Weakling! Make Pelor not have a head! Coward! Coward, Matt! No! I was just about to write how much I would dog that Pelor didn't have a head. Make him not have a head! Make him just have a star! That's so cool and weird. That's so weird, and I'm so into it. Fuck. Matt. I was doing a little dance. I was like, oh shit, Pelor don't have a head? That rules. No. Ugh, it's fine. It's just, whatever. It's fine that he doesn't, that he has a head. Who cares? He should be all head. I would love Pelor to be one big ass head. That's the kind of, but this is like a good example of the like distinctions that I'm looking for. Like I've never seen the show Gravity Falls. I'm just aware of it because it penetrates the culture occasionally. But the main villain, antagonist, I don't really know. Oh, fuck. Motherfucker. I was trying to do something and then I failed. Ah! Okay, we're back. The main, like, antagonist of that show, Bill Cipher, is just like a fucking triangle with eyes. And I think that rules. That's so fucking cool. So man, I kind of wish there was just a star. But whatever, it's fine. It's normal. Him, like, Pelor having a head is like, it's normal. It's what you would expect. I thought it was going to be so cool for him to just have a star as his head. You should only see the head if you're a faithful of Pelor. Ooh, that could be fun. Maybe, like, only Vex can, like, make out the faintest outline of, like, a humanoid head, but for everyone else, it's just the star. I still kind of want him to just have a sun as a head. Just kind of floating there. I still kind of want that, but that could also be cool. Oh, man, we were robbed of Peak. It's fine.
you can only imagine.
Dang it.
Is the Dawnfather himself, Pelor. As you step into the chamber, the door closes behind you, and the winged planar entities that pushed you in are not in the chamber. It's just you and the Dawnfather.
Look how far we've come, guys. From throwing shit at people to...
Didn't you do that just last week?
I do that most weeks.
Grog,
Old habits die hard.
next time we visit the Dawnfather, wear some underwear. This floor is like a mirror.
But I don't ever. Oh, okay.
What are you? Oh, come.
Ooh. You mean I could Oh, sorry.
Vox Machina.
Dude, super interesting. They're still in monologue mode. Credit to Matt, credit to the players. They don't interrupt him during monologues much, and like I said, credit to Matt. I think he does have this really consistent. He builds in these opportunities for them to speak, and so they wait for those opportunities, and then they take them. But it's very interesting that they were still kind of in that. Like, they're just kind of making comments, reactions, oh, Grog, I can see your dick on the floor. But then they all just kind of go quiet, and they're just waiting for Matt to continue the monologue. It's an interesting example of what I would call player training, that is being kind of so successful that it almost feels like it's overriding what Matt might have even wanted in that moment. I think this was like probably the point where Matt wanted them to start taking a more active role, but they were still in kind of passive role mode. And I think that he will have to, we'll see if Matt does this, but I think Matt will have to more directly address them in order for them to switch back into, okay, we're active agents in the story again. Super interesting. Very, very interesting. Critical Eyes Gravity Falls Edition. No comment. More evidence of the Matt Mercer effect corollary. If you want to DM like Matt, be a player like them. Yeah. There is like something to be said for Matt's influence over and training of the players, but there is a lot to be said about the receptiveness of being a player and receiving that training and like doing what you kind of know your DM kind of wants you to do. And that's not to say that you can't still be chaotic and do unexpected things that your DM doesn't expect. Vox does that seemingly all the time. But you can do that while still sort of respecting the general technique and tone and cadence and the actual way in which the GM wants to run the game, while still being, a little bit of an agent of chaos within the game. As long as you're kind of on the same page about how it should be run and how you should be able to take your actions within it. Very, very, yeah. I agree. Good example of the Matt Mercer effect corollary of the players being, I would say, like hyper respectful of Matt's world building and of the story he wants to tell, to the point where, like, as an audience, I think that they should right now switch into the active role. I think this is the time. But they are respecting Matt's, I don't know what we would call them, boundaries, I guess. They are respecting the way that Matt runs the game, where sometimes Matt wants to monologue and not necessarily make it clear when they are meant to jump back into an active role, because making that clear can have some feel consequences, some investment within the story. Can feel odd if every time you're switching out of monologue mode, it's very obvious. And so they are respectful of that to give him full control kind of over that. Which is credit to the players. Everyone leaves space for each other. Great way to put it. Everyone leaves space for each other. Sans one long lost dragonborn. True.
You mean I could? Oh, sorry.
Vox Machina.
Shit. A little bit of pee comes out. A little bit.
He knows our name, guys. You guys, he knows our name.
You come with purpose. I can sense your determination. What would you tell me of your purpose?
Very direct
Vecna walks the earth.
call to action.
We are here to prevent the coming of a third calamity.
We seek the means to destroy him and all he stands for.
He seeks ascension into godhood.
And all your children are in danger, and we have begun communing with the gods. And I extend slowly the wings and bow my head in deference to him.
Divergence is threatened.
Interesting. Interesting. Ooh, and look at the facial reaction. We'll see. Because if I'm trying to, like, take away how they should interact with Pelor from what we've seen of his citadel, he's militaristic, he has hierarchies established, and we know that he has hierarchies established. It's not just that he has him and he has servants, because the Planetars, or the Celestials that met them outside of the gate, I don't know exactly what they were, called off the larger army of Celestials. So they have authority over those Celestials. That means that there is at least a 3-level hierarchy. Pelor, the Celestials that were guarding the gates, and the rest of the Celestials that were guarding the gates, the minor ones. So he is hierarchical at the very least. Seems very militaristic. So this idea of deference, I bow my head. We are like coming to him with obsequious, you're the best. We are asking very humbly for your help. Seems right to me. Whereas Taliesin is saying the divergence is threatened. Now, this is interesting, because I think it could go one of two ways. Either, and maybe both ways at the same time. Taliesin is threatening him. He is setting up a consequence for if Pelor does not help them. There is the implicit threat within Taliesin's statement. Not from Vox Machina in particular, but he is saying, if you do not do what we are saying, the divergence will fall. That's a threat. Or it's at very least a consequence. But it is also setting up an enemy. They've already mentioned Vecna, and they are now directly tying Vecna to the divergence falling. So while they are threatening, they are also saying, this is the target. This is the person that is attempting to bring about the end of the divergence. And setting up an enemy does seem like maybe more in Pelor's wheelhouse. So I'm very interested in how Pelor reacts to Percy and his statements here in particular.
Your guards have your creatures have some of our proof in their care at the moment.
Another seeks the path of the Matron of Ravens. A flaw in our annihilation of her hubris. That it still exists is dire news. That it exists in the hands of such a slippery, vile mortal as Vecna, even more so. I thank you for your haste in sharing your findings.
So he does like it. He does like the setup of the villain here, and really interestingly, saying that the divergence is threatened seems to work for a reason that I didn't anticipate, which is that Pelor seems to have predicted this, or at least be like butthurt about some past actions that were or were not taken. And he is seeming to like ascribe fault or guilt onto other parties for this situation even being or even happening in the first place. Which is fun. It's definitely setting up Pelor in a way that I didn't expect. Already, very different persona from the other two. I'm into it.
I shall ponder a strategy.
I also love I shall ponder a strategy. I hear that and I immediately think, oh shit, he's not going to help immediately. He's just viewing us as the messenger boys and not as active agents within this conflict. How are Vox Machina going to navigate that? He's relegated them to the bench with one sentence. How do they get themselves off the bench?
He leans back in his chair and rests his hand like this, and the doors behind you open.
Oh, is he just dismissing them? Fuck yeah. I hope so. I hope he's just dismissing them right now. He's just saying, thank you for telling me. You can go. That'd be delightful.
It was you that I was speaking to in Whitestone. I had no idea. We have the Eye of Vecna.
His form shifts a bit, seems to lean forward on the throne, resting the bright, burning star-like head on the edge of its gauntleted fist, leaning forward in your direction. You try and glance up, but it just hurts in the presence.
Great physical reaction. Great physicality of he's been pretty stock still. Almost feels like he's kind of rolling off a script, or is at least saying something he's said many times, either to himself or his underlings or whatever. And now they've given him something that is abnormal, and he physically reacts. Pretty smooth. I'm into it.
Present the artifact.
Well, we gave it to...
No, we still have it.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, he kept it with us.
Oh.
I have it actually.
Could you guys turn them up?
Yeah.
We can't hear them at all.
Please.
To be fair, Mike 30, we don't actually know that Vecna's a lich. Like, I know in general that the Vecna lore is that he achieved lichdom, but we haven't, like, gotten talk of phylactery or any of the, even him, like, really eating souls. Obviously, it does seem as though soul energy or magical energy of some kind was being funneled to him for this resurrection. It wasn't to, like, maintain his current form. So, as far as I'm aware, at least, in Exandria, he might not be a lich. I know that is pre-existing D&D lore, but I haven't gotten any direct evidence of that. The only real evidence we've gotten is from, I believe, Allura? Right? Or maybe Raishan. But the information is vague. They're like, maybe he's a god, maybe he's like a patron saint. People like kind of worship him like he's a god, but he kind of failed at being a god, so he's kind of a demigod. But he also is like a failed demigod. Like, Vecna's status is super, like, obscure. So even if someone, at least a mortal, did call him a lich, I would put a little bit of salt on it. Basically, all of the information we have about Vecna that is not from a god, I'm putting a little bit of salt on. But it's always possible that Matt either changed it or in this world we're pre-lichdom and Vecna in this world is trying to get there. Very possible as well. I might have misremembered. It's fine. And I think, like, again, the lore around Vecna in Exandria is incredibly vague, and some of it is outright contradictory. So I don't think it's crazy to have misremembered or gotten things different in the head, especially given that we have, pre-existing lore about Vecna. He's like a pre-existing character. He's not a brand new one. And he does seem to be following quite a bit of the lore. So, but it is interesting. It's always interesting to hear the gods talk about it, because they're kind of the only ones that I'm really taking their word on it. And even they seem to have, like, holes in their memory regarding him. So even the gods, I'm not taking it entirely to the bank on what is going on with Vecna. I would say that we should only trust words from the horse's mouth, but also Vecna's like the fucking patron deity of secrets and lies. So we also probably can't trust what he's telling us. Seems like we can't really know anything about Vecna, honestly.
So as you place the box on the ground,
I'll try to sort of take it over. Or I'm going to leave it on the ground. It's a little hot over there.
okay. As you leave it on the ground, you can't see his eyes. You can't see where he's facing necessarily, but you can sense his attention. It's like a beacon across the room. It's ever present, but there is definitely a focal point that you can sense when it comes to you. It's like having a...
Okay. This is something that I have played around with a lot because I feel like there must be a good way to do it, and I have not found one that my players have ever reported to be intuitive. I have tried to work in like sixth sense type perception into a lot of my games over the years, which I would argue is kind of what's going on. Matt is saying like, you can't tell where he's looking, but you get a feeling of where he is looking. I think it's fine for a character that we're not going to interact with a lot. And when it is, in my opinion, at least kind of clearly a sort of patchwork job to explain how they can know what he is looking at without him having a face. But I do still think it's unintuitive. Like, even to, like, if you think about it at all. Now, I think the good thing about this is the players probably aren't going to think too hard about it. Like, it probably just, like, won't matter. But if you ever want to build a character like this in a way that they're coming back more regularly, or just build in this extra sensory aspect, good luck. I think it's difficult. And what I have opted for as the years have gone on is to try to limit it where I can, especially in cases where they're not going to be talking to them very much, and in cases where like the people are legitimately like alien and weird. Like, just I think it is perfectly reasonable to say you just can't tell where he's looking. You don't know if he's looking at you. You don't know if he's looking at the box. You don't know where he is looking. And it's a weird thing to like kind of get yourself in the mindset of, because, and I've noticed this with myself, is like alien entities that my players are interacting with, I often have this like instinct to make them more human. Because, and this is my own personal theory, it's something I've thought off and on about for years, because I often have this come up in my games, but it's not something I'm confident about by any means. But my theory is that I try to humanize these alien entities because it makes it easier and more instinctual for me to run. Like, it makes it easier for me to improv as this entity and to, frankly, characterize this entity if I make them more human. But I think sometimes that is good, but sometimes that's not. And a lot of times it can bring those alien entities kind of down too far. I don't think that's the case here, by the way. I don't think that this has like brought Paylor down to a human level. But it's a jumping off point for something I wanted to talk about. And in this case, I don't think there's much that's actually being added by him having this perceptual field that they can sense. And it is adding in a layer. And this is why I find the Sixth Sense stuff is unintuitive. From what I've talked to my players about, and from what I've done in my own testing, what I've experienced occasionally as a player, is that it is already, to an extent, difficult. Like, we're having to expend effort to imagine the scene in our minds. We're already having to expend effort to imagine occult forces like lightning or telekinesis, right? But we have some media touchstones of what that looks and is perceived as. But you can't really like represent a sixth sense. It's like kind of explicitly invisible and something that we don't experience. And so you are now layering them needing to imagine the scene, and then them also needing to imagine and analogize a sense that they themselves do not have. And this kind of like broke open to me when I was describing smells in my Blades in the Dark game, and one of my players who has anosmia, he does not have a sense of smell, asked the other players, like, why is that relevant? he asked the other players, like, why does it matter that we can smell that in this circumstance? Or like, what does that mean? Like, how are you guys interpreting that? And he was like, what does it mean that like we can smell that from here? Does that mean that they're like a couple feet away? Like, what am I meant to get from that? And that kind of broke it open for me when I was thinking about the Sixth Sense, is that every player is going to analogize that Sixth Sense to something else, but it's going to be even harder for them to understand what you are trying to get across with it. It takes extra effort and extra mental processing to try and figure out a sense that they don't have, even if they analogize it to another sense that they do have, like vision or touch or whatever. And I don't have a solution. I only have my own ponderings and my own theories about why I do it and why it happens. But it is something that I would recommend you think about and be a little bit careful about when you are describing these six senses, because it takes the scene into an even more complicated layer for that theater of the mind representation. Humans or animals can usually somehow sense when eyes are upon us, yes? I don't know if that is actual science or not. I know that there is I know that that's like a thing that like we say, like that's like an instinctual thing. But I also believe that saying or that understanding is rooted in Archimedean or maybe Platonic physics, where the ancient Greeks believed that vision was a process of your eyeballs emitting a ray and like essentially grabbing the information that was out there and bringing it back to you. It was not rooted in this understanding of like light bounces off things and then light separate from us delivers the information to our eyeballs. It was that our eyeballs and our gaze was actively protruding from us and feeling stuff, essentially. They equated sight to a kind of ranged touch. And that is, not how vision actually works. And so I would assume that is where that understanding comes from. I could be wrong, but I don't know how we as humans would even have a sense of that. Like, I don't know how that could possibly function. But anyways, the sheer magnificence of his gaze has a pressure to it, is how I interpret this. And great example, you're analogizing it to touch. You're analogizing it to a physical pressure on you, that his gaze pushes on you. It's not really a sixth sense. You're analogizing it into, okay, it feels something like this sense that I actually do have. But now there's a layer of your players might manifest that analogy differently unless you as the GM actively do the analogizing for them. And there's now an additional layer, because that's not literally how it's working, but that's an analogy to understand how it's working. And we now have another layer of theater of the mind to contend with. Yeah. Watching May is the best way to complete new hire sexual harassment training. I don't know how to take that. I'll take it as I'm distracting. I think the way to do this is just to associate the manifestation of that sixth sense through a sense of the PC's own. A spine chill, the hairs on your arms stand up, you feel nausea, you feel lighter. If anything, it's very cool to me and imparts this sense of wonder and power and otherness, which is great. So I'm of two minds there. Of like, if you analogize it to another sense, if you analogize it to sight or smell, or that a lot of times auras are described via smell, or they're analogized to smell. But if you analogize it, you are in part making that other entity more human, right? You are bringing them down to the level of a magician, right? Because there are magicians in D&D that can make people feel things from a range, invisibly, with like an arcane trickster using their invisible mage hand. There are people who can view things at a distance, right? There are all sorts of magical properties that mundane mortals can access separate from the divine. And so by analogizing the sensory experience of that God's vision, you are bringing their vision into the comprehensible, right? So it is still wonder and power and otherness, but it is comprehensible, which is something I think you want to be careful about when it comes to the divine or the other. In a way, do you want them to be comprehensible? Because by describing Pelor as having a vision that is perceptible in some way, it's bringing him it's bringing him out of the incomprehensible and more into the comprehensible. And so it's tough. But I do think there is something to be said for the first thing of the GM actively making that association. I do think that the GM being the one to make the analogy be like, it almost feels like a pressure on your skin, at least ensures that all of the PCs are on the same analogic? No. They're on the same analogy, right? They're using the same framework. If you as the GM make the analogy for them. If you don't, but you still allow it to exist within that that analogy area, then they might make their own separate analogies, and that can, as the scenes in our imagination diverge, that can lead to miscommunication issues. So I do like that part of it, but I still think we have to be careful about bringing it too much into the comprehensible. Yeah. You can't feel eyes you cannot see, but you get startled when you notice them unconsciously out of the corner of your eyes. Yeah, I mean, I still think, you can feel shifts in the air, like on our skin. Our skin hairs are incredibly sensitive sensory organs. Like, there's all sorts of things we can sense, but the actual aspect of vision, I don't know about. We can sort of feel when being watched. It's based on our peripheral vision, catches something which we don't consciously think about, but we subconsciously know something is there. well, we're not feeling being watched. We are seeing something, right? Am I misunderstanding this? Like, that just sounds to me like we saw something. We just didn't realize we saw it. But that could, that's kind of totally distinct from us being watched. That is just something unexpected was there, and we didn't know that something unexpected was there. That could be a benign object. That could be I could have not known that my thermos was somewhere, and then I see it at my friend's house out of the corner of my eye, and I'm like, whoa, what's going on? But that doesn't mean I was being watched. You can detect another person in the room, which probably is what's happening, but that's air currents, tight unconscious hearing. Yeah, that's more along my lines. Subatomic experience behave differently if they perceive it versus collective data, but dump data before watching it. I think you're getting into quantum behavior, and at least to my understanding, those sorts of things only collapse into a reality when we observe them, only happens on the subatomic level. I don't think that happens at the us level. I could be wrong though. I honestly, this is all my intuition. I do not have anything that I can any specific science here that I can reference. Unless a player has a disorder where they can't sense pressure. Yeah. I mean, actually me. I don't know if I've ever talked about this. My entire side right here is completely numb because of some back surgeries that I had that severed the connection between my spine and all of the nerves in my side. And literally in the shower the other day, I didn't slip, but I kind of lost my footing, and I had a metal comb in my hand, and I accidentally stuck myself in the side with it as I was trying to get my balance, and I couldn't feel it. But I knew that it had happened, and I knew that it should be painful, and it was immensely disorienting. I was having to, actively check myself to make sure that I wasn't hurt. I had to make sure okay, I hit myself here, right? Is there anything? I didn't break the skin. I was checking for blood on the comb. Yeah. Now I can still sense an amount of pressure, but it's because when something touches that area, it tugs on the skin, and that tugging sensation ripples out to the parts of skin that I do have sense over. That I can feel things on, so I kind of feel the pressure as a tugging on the area around it. But great example. Yeah, that's something. But I have pressure everywhere else, so I can still imagine the feeling. I wasn't born with it, but it's interesting. Yes, you see it, but you don't know you see it, and the brain translates it as a feeling like being watched. Yeah. Anyways, so let's watch Girl.
Spotlight on you amongst a theater of thousands of people. It's intimidating, but also exhilarating. And the beacon shifts in the direction of the small box you placed on the ground. Immediately the box flips open, and you watch as the eye just kind of levitates out on its own, twitching and looking around in all directions. It has no lid to close, and the tiny slit-like iris of it seems to retract best it can in the presence of such bright light. You hear this low, ruminating, Do you have purpose with this?
Only if it can help us destroy Vecna.
Yes.
Do you know how this will help you destroy Vecna?
We do not.
Know how to destroy Vecna.
We seek knowledge and power.
And assistance.
I could destroy this right now. Only if you do not need it. Its existence is a threat. But the choice is yours, since you brought it before me.
Do you know what help it would be to us on the material plane?
It just kind of stares through you. The beacon finds you.
It's not the only one in existence. There are others.
Is that true? I think it might be, yes.
Oh, right?
No, there were other people with
It's
the
his
other eyes.
eye.
There are people missing eyes, but this is the only one of this you've
It's
seen.
his, and it should be destroyed.
Right now? Perhaps.
I mean, maybe it'll make him weaker if it is destroyed. He obviously put it in his scion. We destroy it, we keep someone else like Delilah Briarwood from coming into power. Right?
Yes.
Yes, I think.
I say destroy it.
Destroy it.
Delilah was obviously
Destroy it.
his pawn, and she was using it. Fuck it. Destroy it. Destroy it.
You stand with a master of the Grey Hunt. She is the one who can speak for Whitestone on that level. If you say destroy it, we destroy it.
The beacon comes back to you again. The stage beneath you, everyone around you seems to vanish in the light. It's just the attention of this entity, this god ancient beyond all thought and reason that you could contemplate, awaiting your answer.
You know so much more than we do. If you believe it is unsafe, then we trust your wisdom in destroying it.
The wisdom of the creators is to instill their creations with the choice of their own destiny.
Then I say destroy it.
What if we can
The choice is made.
use it?
And with that point, you watch as the without leaving attention from you, the eye begins to lift up out of the box once more. The hand that was under the chin kind of unfurls into a clasping set of fingers. And as they clench together, you hear the metal clink and grind, and you watch as this light begins to flare around the eye. And if you could hear a squeaking scream from a powerful artifact, you watch as it and just burns in a flash, and the shattering sound echoes throughout the room. You see a burst of greenish dark energy, and for a moment, the light in the room seems to dim, like a very, very faint, almost brownout.
Okay. I think it's a good thing. I think that's a good thing.
I do too.
It is a good thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Vecna's a puppeteer. He used that to move Delilah. It's gone.
Now, if you have no further business,
We seek out the goddess Ioun, the goddess of knowledge. The ritual of seeding was lost to time, and we know that the goddess Ioun is one of the only keepers of that knowledge.
there's a moment of contemplation on his end. She is safe. She recovers, hidden away. I know elements of where she resides, but this information only belongs to those trusted. So,
We know you and her helped seal away the chaos and these secrets before. We may need your help doing it again.
leans forward towards you, and you feel the beacon of attention shift towards you this time. And you, Keyleth, who have spent most of your life trying to dodge and dive from the attention of the masses, trying to buck the destiny that has been thrust upon you since childhood. Here in this moment, you have the attention of one of the prime creator gods of Exandria, and you feel yourself weaken and strengthen at the same time. You're not sure whether to run or stand. And the voice comes out once more. I have champions across all of Exandria who have lived longer and proven themselves worthy, capable. My consecrations are taxing, and I will not have it wasted on those set to fail.
Okay. Yeah. My consecrations are taxing, and I will not have it wasted on those set to fail. My consecrations are taxing. I believe that is very similar to what Sarenrae said, if I remember correct. I can't remember exactly what she said. but it was very, I at least seem to remember her saying something along those lines of my capacity or my power to bestow this blessing is limited. Pelor saying the exact same thing. So they have a certain amount of juice, and I could see it going either way. It's like they have a certain amount of juice that they can expend, and they're like just naturally regenerating it all the time. Or they have like a capacity of like when they are blessing a mortal, that power that they have instilled into that mortal is like reduced from their total capacity. And it doesn't regenerate. They just kind of have to like assign their resources as, best they see fit. And so then, kind of if either of those is the case, there is a inherent rationale for the gods to not just dispense blessings infinitely. If it is a capacity thing or a slow regeneration thing, kind of either way, there's a reason that they don't just throw out blessings william-nilliam, which is good. I think like any D&D pantheon needs a conceit for why that doesn't happen. Like why the gods do not, because the gods in every D&D setting can clearly bestow power. Warlocks, clerics, divine soul sorcerers, kind of. Druids in some settings. This is zealot barbarians, right? This infusal of divine power is a thing. So you need a rationale as to why it is not everywhere. And I think Matt has established one. He hasn't come out and directly said it like, yeah, this is the way that it works for all gods. But the two gods we've interacted with have both made some sort of reference to this like vague limitation. So we know that there is something there, which is kind of all we need to know. So thumbs up.
On those set to fail.
How can we prove ourselves to you?
You have not one faithful among you, yet you beseech my blessing.
I could be your champion. You could teach me to believe. I arguably am faithless. I know you all know that. I believe and I have respect, and I am awe-inspired by all of this. But faith, I still don't know if I have. But I believe you could teach me.
Is there anyone else who would challenge this proclamation?
I don't want
to defeat.
I don't want to challenge you, Keyleth.
What? We already have one champion of the Raven Queen. Why not?
Once you blessed Whitestone.
Whitestone is under my watch and keep. It was created for the battlefield in which I sealed Therizadun himself. It was the grounds in which Ayun was wounded in the calamity. There was much sorrow in those lands. Yes, it is under my watch.
I am.
Okay, so it is the calamity. What? Motherfucker, dude. The gods are really being fast and loose with these terms. Because already earlier in the episode, Keyleth was like, we're here to prevent a third calamity. But then, and Pelor didn't bat an eye at that. But then he says right here, it was the grounds in which Ayun was wounded in the calamity. Which calamity? The first or second, Pelor? It does seem like the gods, at the very least, I don't think I've ever heard a human, or a mortal, I should say, conflate these terms, but it does seem like the gods will just use the term calamity for either the first or second war, generally, but then probably the second war is also the calamity. So they are both calamities, but the second one is the calamity, or maybe a specific event within the second calamity is the calamity. Conflation. But it is interesting that Whitestone was the battlefield. It's like, it's like kind of been implied. It doesn't like surprise me by any means that is the case. But interesting to hear it confirmed. And also interesting that Ioun it is the ground. So Ioun was wounded in Whitestone, which we also already knew, in her battle with Thurisdan. But that wound occurred as a part of the event that is the calamity. Which either means that the calamity is like the word for the entire Second War. That could be. Or that the calamity was kind of worldwide. And like the event of the calamity was worldwide, and she was in Whitestone when it occurred. And that was also the same time that she got wounded. Or that the calamity happened in Whitestone, which would be a big, like, shift in my understanding. Or just, like I said, to me, the biggest or the most logical interpretation is that, which I say most logical, but this is still very confusing to me, is that they would call either war a calamity, but they would only call the entire series of events that comprises the Second War, that entire series of events is the calamity. And so she was just wounded in Whitestone as part of the Second War, is essentially what he's saying there. The gods are confusing, man.
Kind of friends with the Sun Tree. We talk occasionally.
A faithless stands to try and accept the champion's mantle. I ask once more, is there any to challenge this claim?
Whoa. I don't... Ooh, interesting. I can't tell if this is Pelor, Matt, or both. But if I'm interpreting it purely in fiction, Pelor does not want Keyleth to be the champion. But it almost feels like she has stumbled in to a ritual, which is a really interesting sort of conceit. Like, the way that Pelor is talking, it sounds like she has engaged in some sort of formal rite by total accident by requesting this of him, and he is bound to comply unless someone challenges it. That's the impression that I'm getting here, which is, if that is true and that was planned, immaculate. Love that. That's so fun. If it was not planned, also just fun improv. But there's also like, I don't know. There's a little part of me that says that Matt does not necessarily want, like, within Matt's plans of like who would take these blessings. Like, it's obvious that Vax would receive Raven Queen's blessing, and the Sarenrae's blessing would go to Pike. Like, those are just dead obvious. And as people have pointed out, Vex has a relationship to Paylor, given her status as Mistress of the Grey Hunt, and Percy has like a deep connection to Whitestone. So if I'm Matt going into this, I'm probably assuming that it's one of those two people that would ask for the blessing. Keyleth's kind of a curveball. And so I can't totally tell. And like, you know, there's also a thing about like the mantle. Like he said like a faithless asked for the mantle, like my champion's mantle. And Keyleth already has a mantle. She has the Tempest or whatever, whatever her position as a person having completed the Aramente. I don't remember what that makes her. But she already kind of has a quasi-divine mantleship and position. And like, I don't blame Keyleth for speaking up. Especially, it makes it a little bit awkward. I don't even blame Marisha really for speaking up. It just, because some sort of action needed to be taken. They couldn't keep like, kind of messing around with Paylor. They're not going to like continue this conversation much longer. He very clearly wants them to be gone and to go fucking quicker. And I don't think that's Matt, by the way. I think that is Paylor in his personality. I think Matt's playing that pretty well. Very well. I shouldn't say pretty well. And so just making a declaration like that does feel like the sort of thing that would appeal to Paylor. Like, I think that Marisha was reading that aspect of the scene correctly, but not necessarily the impact that Keyleth being the one to make the declaration would have. And I think that Matt is handling it well by allowing this contest. And then the other players weren't sure. And then Paylor is asking about it again. He's like, hey guys, really? Seriously? Does anyone want to contest this? Like, he's giving them a huge opportunity here. And I think Marisha should, like at this point, kind of read the situation and understand that Vex or Percy should probably be the one to get the blessing, if there is a singular blessing that can be levied. But I also, again, I understand like the core thought process of Marisha in like reading what needed to happen in the scene. And I think she worked it into a story within her character well. I think one of the kind of issues there is that Keyleth was like is a complicated character with like several kind of different motivations and opinions, and like her relationship to the gods kind of has nothing to do with her Aramente and her leadership, but is like a depth side of her character. So like she's kind of ignoring the leadership aspect of her character and like that story and like that kind of arc that she's been on, and almost kind of closing up a bow on her relationship with the gods. But we are like kind of late into that, and there hasn't really been an arc centered around that. It's just kind of been this thing weaving through the story, which I think is good for characters to have, but it then doesn't make total sense to try and like build an arc out of it all of a sudden right here. So I don't know. This is something where like I understand Marisha's mindset here. I think it's a fair mindset, but I also think she needs to read this room and frankly, like Laura and or Taliesin needs to read the room on this and understand that they need to contest Keyleth. it's an awkward moment that I think Matt is handling really well in a way that says a lot about Paylor. I think Matt is handling this incredibly, kind of regardless of if it was pre-planned or not. Like, regardless of if this is the sort of thing that he had pre-thought about Paylor saying, regardless of if she, like, stumbled into an actual pre-prepped rite or not, rite or ritual. If this is improv, if this is prepped, really solid choices, I think, on Matt's part. We're going to have to see if the other players can kind of pick it up. Because I think that Marisha's been acting reasonably in this scene, honestly. And the other players need to kind of catch up. They mentioned Melora as an option to travel to. Maybe Matt expected that to be who Keyleth would get a blessing from. Possibly. I think that's also possible, yeah. I feel like Marisha is just misinterpreting the situation, which can totally happen. Otherwise, it's this is a bit weird, IMO. I think she is slightly misinterpreting. I think she's interpreting accurately the next action that the party needed to take and just misinterpreting that it probably shouldn't be Keyleth that takes it. I think that's kind of the disconnect. Yeah. I wonder if Percy can champion for a god, considering all the stuff with his soul. I mean, that is a good and active question. We still have Vex here, but fair enough. Can someone who is not 100% an atheist step up, please? Lol. Yeah. Matt was spotlighting Kiki before, so I would get that she thinks this might be her moment. Yeah. There's like, it's interesting. I like how Paylor is interacting, but if you stare at it too hard, if you pause the scene and think about it for about 10 to 20x as long as the characters would have had to think about it, if you actually sit here and analyze it, I think the rails are pretty present. And so I think it's fair to, even if you weren't pausing it and analyzing it, to maybe feel a little bit of that. But I honestly think for what it's worth, I think Matt's doing a really good job of making this feel like Pelor's personality and Pelor's opinions as opposed to his own. So I can definitely see, and in fact, I'm probably going to come away from this scene feeling like Pelor has an idea of who he wants to receive his blessing, but that he also requires the people who receive his blessing to actively ask for it. Even like supporting the previous characterization that we've had from him of being very into mortal autonomy. Like, his interaction regarding the eye really hit home for me that Pelor cares a lot about the mortal making the choice. Like, he is not going to make the choice for them. And so him kind of being in this mindset of, I'm not going to bias them, but there is a right answer. And him like thinking to himself, there is only one person that I am willing to give my blessing to, but I am not going to tell them that. They need to be the one to ask for it. I'm not going to guide them into it. I'm not going to pressure them into it. That is what I am taking away from this scene with Paylor, which is quite interesting. So I do like Matt's DMing here, even if there's a little bit of maybe some miscommunication or misreading of the situation going on. Yeah. Marisha's moving the story forward, but she isn't the character who should be stepping up. Yeah. No one would pause to analyze this scene for that long. It also keeps hammering on Paylor's characteristic of moral autonomy. Exactly. That is legitimately what I'm taking out of this, which I talked about, like, I want Paylor to have a different persona. 3 thumbs up to Matt. He has definitely given me a different god than Sarenrae or the Raven Queen. Pelor feels different. He has a different personality. Honestly, he's the one of the three of them that I kind of feel like comes off to me as the most divine and otherworldly and like alien. Like I said, it feels to me like Keyleth accidentally stumbled into like a phrase of power. It feels like she stumbled into like words that could kind of bind Pelor to a particular action or a particular set of actions based on his divine portfolio and characteristics. But he clearly does not want to do the thing that he is bound to do, which is incredibly interesting to me. So I'm super into this. And, you know, not to dive back into the like kind of monologuing and descriptive nature of his area leading up to it, because I think we've already talked through that, like the individual pieces of that I thought about. The only thing that I feel like all of the description leading up to this is really paying off within this conversation is the sort of hierarchical nature or bent to Pelor, and the fact that he does seem to give autonomy to his underlings. I do think that was demonstrated with the way that, whether they be like planetars or whatever, the Celestials that they met at the gate. I think that absolutely foreshadowed the autonomy that he desires his underlings and probably his worshippers as well to portray. Beyond that, the grand ostentatious nature of it, I think more speaks to, I guess, his ancient character, like how old and ancient he is. But beyond that, I'm not getting a ton of connection between everything leading up to the discussion with Pelor and the actual discussion with him. There's no like contradictions that I'm feeling. I'm not feeling like any sort of like, oh, none of this doesn't make sense. It just doesn't feel super connected in any meaningful way. Grog is a warrior. He likes the outdoors and he can spell sun. If you give him 2 tries, it should be Grog. I think Grog would, if I was like planning this out as Matt, I would assume that Grog was going to go to Cord again, because Cord has already kind of shown upon him. He has a relationship with Earthbreaker Groon. If I was Matt kind of thinking about this in my head, I would assume Grog equals Cord. However, Grog is probably not as bad of a pick as Keyleth. Yeah. I feel like being a champion would take away from Keyleth's character arc. I kind of do too, but it's hard because I also kind of don't even feel like she has a real arc when it comes to the gods and her faith. It's more of just like an internal characteristic of her, which is good. Like, I think characters should just have distinct internal characteristics that don't necessarily have to change across the story. But there's certainly not enough time to bring it into its own arc. There's just, I don't think there's enough time left, really. And she's already had an arc around like leadership and bravery and all that. But let's see. Let's see if either of them step up.
Let me.
Okay. Vex asks.
I've never felt this before.
You are the Lady of Whitestone. It suits you.
And Marisha, that was the question. He's like, okay, is the other player is Laura or Taliesin going to read the room? Is Marisha going to read it back? Seems like it did. Clean up, wipe our hands. We're good. We're chilling.
Very well.
Taliesin's nonverbal here is interesting.
You step forth.
I like it.
With the growing bud of faith.
And Pelor immediately accepts. he seriously gave the "is that your final offer" when it was Keyleth, and then the moment that Vex doesn't even say "I volunteer," Pelor, she just says like "let me," and then Keyleth responds, and Vex doesn't say anything else, and Pelor's like, "Oh, Vex, yeah, come on, let's do it." Yeah, he clearly had a preference. And again, I think Matt has handled Pelor well enough that I do feel like this was a preference on Pelor's part, not necessarily Matt's part. Now, we can talk about the magic trick of D&D and how every preference on Pelor's part is ultimately a preference on Matt's part. But I feel like Pelor has been established well enough that I feel it primarily in fiction.
That befits the growth of a champion. I will see you show me your quality. You as the vessel, kneel before me.
And again, it feels very ritualistic compared to Sarenrae and Pike's
Leans forward
interaction.
at the edge of the throne. You hear the metal clinking as the plates shift and move. And you can hear now, at the proximity as he leans down towards you, the faint flicker of the surface of the sun-like head that is the beacon of the Dawn Father's face. You would accept my trial, brave soul. Then you and your allies must ascend the Tower of the Zenith. The chosen among you, Lady Vixalia. You must reach the top of the tower before this time runs thin. And as he lifts his hand, you watch as, apparating the air,
Oh no.
a container of glass with sand across the top. He lifts his other hand, another one appears. And these 2 hourglasses now.
Bro just has hourglasses. Yeah, this is a ritual, dude. He's reading off of a script, not Matt, Pelor. Pelor is reading off of a script here, dude. He has this shit memorized. I'm into it. I am much more into this as a divine challenge than I am with a god just coming up with a challenge on the spot. Like, okay, I'll test your mettle. Do this thing that no one has ever done before, so I can see if you're worthy. I don't know if it's Matt's speech, like his actual tone of voice, if it's his word choice, if it's a mix of the two, if it's his nonverbal acting. I don't quite know what it is that is making me feel different about Pelor. It might be the context of how Pelor has interacted in the rest of the scene. But this feels like a series of events that has happened before. This feels like the method for becoming the champion of Pelor. It feels like a ritual inscribed in a tome, a series of instructions that you have to execute perfectly in order to get the blessing of the divine, rather than a divine whim. And when it comes to ascend the tower in this time limit, when it comes to kind of an arbitrary challenge like that, I think it is so much better for it to feel like a rite, R-I-T-E, a rite or a ritual, than a divine whim. Not to say that divine whims can't work. They absolutely can. There's plenty of counterexamples. But I think that you are going to, I don't know. At least in this situation, I really like the ritualistic feel of it.
Held aloft, just gliding slowly above the space where you stand. Ascend to the zenith. Embrace your faith and throw yourself in the fires of dawn. Should you be strong of heart and your faith be true.
That sounds like an instruction manual. Ascend the zenith. Number 1, step 1, secure the keys. Step 1, ascend to the zenith. Step 2, embrace your faith. Step 3, throw yourself in the fires of dawn. He's just laying it out. This is what you have to do. If you don't do this, you don't get to be the champion. That's it. I love it. Should you be strong of heart and your faith be true, the flames will something. I don't know. The flames will something. That sounds like a fucking teleprompter address that he is just giving to inspire the troops. I love it. I love it.
Should you be strong of heart and your faith be true, the flames will grant you my blessing.
There we go.
Just me?
Man, and Pelor doesn't even grant the blessing. Oh, that's delightful. It is because not only does that mean that that kind of means that it can't be divine whim. Like, the flames being the thing to grant the blessing, unless he like apparated them out of the thin air, but this, reaching the zenith, this zenith seems to be like a pre-existing thing. And saying that, like, yeah, the flames that exist already up there, they will give you the blessing. Not me. Right? That speaks to, this is a ritual. This is a pre-existing ritual. This is how the divine physics of Elysium and Pelor specifically operate. Like, you say the words to Pelor, he conjures the hourglasses, and you have to beat the hourglasses to the fire. That is the, like, scientific, or not scientific in this case, or it's debatable. That is the recipe. That is the ritual to becoming champion of Pelor. Delightful. I can't think of any other time we've seen that sort of really like prescriptive, instructional ritual in Vox Machina. It doesn't really exist in D&D flat out. The closest thing is like the plane shift tuning forks where you need like a special ingredient. But even that, there's no prescriptive ritual or instructional ritual on how to create those tuning forks. So it still is kind of like an ad hoc thing. And that's not bad, to be clear. That gives DMs a fuckload of creative freedom to not have these like recipe type rituals pre-prescribed. But I love that Matt has created one of these. It feels great. I'm so into it. Yeah. It makes it like one of the things I was worried about headed into this arc is that the blessings wouldn't feel earned. Right? They would just get the blessings because they're the chosen ones and they're fighting the good fight and blah, blah, blah. Which is just kind of coincidental, right? I didn't want to feel that way. I like that them being the ones to fight the good fight does not mean that they get the ritual or that they get the blessing, I should say. But it means that Pelor is saying, okay, you guys are fighting the good fight. I'll tell you about the ritual. You don't have to fucking go find my ancient tomes. You don't have to go talk to my priests. You don't have to piece it together. I'll just explain the ritual to you. And then, you can do it. That to me is such a better and more grounded offering that is like commensurate with the actual thing that Vox is doing. Right? Because them just saying, we're trying to fight Vecna, what the fuck does that mean? Right? What does that mean? What makes them so special that the gods should help them as opposed to a different party that might also be trying to fight Vecna? Right? Like, what makes them so special? But them committing to this fight does say, okay, you're not special, but you're at least trying. I'll give you a little bit of a shortcut, a little bit of an opportunity that I wouldn't give to just anyone. I'm not going to give you the reward, but I'll give you the opportunity. That feels infinitely better to me than them just handing down the blessing. Now, if we look at the Raven Queen in Vax, she also didn't just hand down the blessing. It was a transaction, kind of. I did have a little bit of qualms with like it's kind of less of a transaction than I think it appears, because it's definitely implied that it's either he dies now or he just dies later and also gets the blessing. But there might have been some trickery on the Raven Queen's part. Maybe it was more of a transaction than it seemed. And then Sarenrae did just straight up give the blessing, but it is explicitly characterized as a reward for Pike's service, for essentially reactivating or like restarting, rebirthing, you might even say, the faithful, the religious following, the cultic worship of Sarenrae. And so that is like a direct reward for previous actions taken by the player. No one has taken any previous actions for Pelor. And so the question in my head was what was going to be the transaction? I thought this was going to be more like the Raven Queen, but it's not. Pelor just says, look, this is an existing ritual. You can do this if you want, because that will judge you quality and worthy. And he says, I'm not just going to give you my blessing. I don't know you from Adam. I don't know if you're worthwhile, if you're quality. And a god that isn't just going to give this out until he has tested someone, it makes ultimate sense for them to have a standardized way to test someone. This is one of my biggest pet peeves with like divine figures that want to like test to see if you're worthy or not. And then they give you a random ass quest that they haven't given to anyone else that's been deemed worthy. So how can you actually compare things, right? This is ad hoc. You could give someone a really hard quest and they fail and they're not worthy, but then you give someone a really easy quest and they succeed and suddenly they're more worthy. The quests weren't equally difficult. So if you are a god that's going to test for worthiness, you should have a standardized test. It makes perfect sense. And what is a standardized test in the divine realm? A rite, a ritual, a thing that you have to do. And it makes the most beautiful of sense that he has imbued his divine power into the test. He doesn't even need to get involved. If you pass the test, he's already prejudged you worthy. So you automatically receive the power. There is not still this level of ambiguity or administration that happens after you do the test of like, okay, well, yeah, you did the test, but you didn't do it like exactly right. It is a supernatural test that has been imbued with his persona and will. And to marry all of that to a god that is very firmly seems very firmly rooted in mortal autonomy and agency and action. He needs the characters to say the words. He needs to have them make the choice. He does not allow Vex to abdicate the decision about whether or not to kill the Vecna. He says, I don't care if you would value my wisdom over yours. It's your choice. You have to act. For him to have this standardized ritual that requires action, not just words. You can't just say, I want the blessing, please give it to me. You have to act. You have to do the thing in order to receive it. Delightful. Delightful. I love it. Yeah. I like that Pelor, the good god, has a jump in the volcano sacrifice. A little bit. Yeah. Mega on the side of standardized tests. For Pelor? Absolutely.
Fuck that, I'm not doing that.
You must jump into the flames. They can help you ascend. However, your trial begins now. And you watch as one of the glasses suddenly shifts, and 3 of the winged planers appear in the room, armored around you, arms crossed, and they look to be...
And the planers immediately, they know what those keywords mean. He doesn't have to order them. They know this ritual to the point that they know their place in the ritual.
trying to block the passage into the towers. They fly up, and you look up to the seemingly endless beacon above you, to the top of the tower that you cannot see at this distance, and you know immediately, somehow, quickly, you have to get there. So.
Dude, also, speaking of Matt testing shit, this is them going up out of the minds of many. This is them fleeing and having to defend from the Ankh after they killed Symphior. Did Matt learn anything from that?
What are you doing?
It's been ages. Throwback Thursday.
Challenges. Oh, I've got the boots, but I mean,
Also, does he have a literal hourglass out on the table? Because I absolutely would not do that.
Quickly, you have to get there. So. What do you?
Oh, he has a literal hourglass. Ugh, I would not do that. I have done that. I have used a literal hourglass before. I'm trying to think of the correct magnitude to give this opinion at. Because there are times where it can be useful. Like, it's not a never use a literal out of fiction timer. And I used to use it when I had 8 players to time the amount of out of fiction time that they were allowed to spend on a turn. And I kind of want to highlight that relationship of using the hourglass as a measure of out of fiction time that the player has to make a decision for their characters. Because part of the issue is that it is not consistent in how much out of fiction time it takes to do an in-fiction action, right? So in an in-fiction action A and in-fiction action B, you can have these two actions that both in fiction would take the same amount of time, but they take different amounts of time out of game, out of fiction, to explain. Especially if one of them is a action that does not have a mechanic backing it up. So one of my big hesitancies around using hourglasses to measure especially multiple actions with one hourglass, like multiple stacking actions, is that it really incentivizes and pushes players towards using only actions that have a mechanical backing. Like, it really discourages them from trying to make up anything creative. Now, that may be the desired effect. Like, I don't want to say that, like, wanting that is like wanting them to be pushed towards the only using mechanical stuff. That's not necessarily bad. But it does ride the line because it is really taking out one of the, I would say, the core aspects of a TTRPG, one of the core benefits of a TTRPG compared to something like a board game or a video game that is purely programmatic. And the hourglass pushes you more towards that pure mechanical action. The other thing that makes me nervous is in times where I have run the hourglass and it has worked well, there is versus not worked well. There is a pattern of it works better, I find, when the hourglass, how do I say it? The hourglass is tied to an individual player. So, like, I've used it for combat, for making sure that players don't take too long on their turns. That is a situation where one hourglass, like one turning of the hourglass, is linked to the decisions of a singular player. And so there is no scenario where everyone feels pressured, everyone talks over each other, and the DM literally cannot facilitate the overwhelming voices. And the reason that because I could see an argument to say, like, well, if they want to beat the hourglass, they're going to have to organize themselves. They're going to have to, like, that is part of the challenge, is like the players organizing in such a way that they do not overwhelm the DM and they can actually communicate their actions. My problem with that is that really starts to stratify the players by how willing they are to talk in the scene in general. So, like, I know my wife, Paige, who she's in the campaign that I'm running. It's her first campaign ever. And when in doubt, she stays silent. Like, period. That is just how it goes. If she ever feels like she has been talking over people too much this session, she gets quiet. If she feels like the vibes aren't necessarily going well, she stays silent. If she feels like there's information that is like inherent or implied within the scene because of experience in D&D that she just doesn't have, she stays silent. And that is just like part of her personality. That's not going to be all new players. But my other two players don't behave like that. They have a lot more experience in D&D, and they are much more willing to be active within the scene. So if I set up this sort of challenge where I said you have a real life hourglass timer, or, I set up a digital timer on the screen or whatever, and I had it counting down, I think Paige would stay completely silent the entire sequence. She would just not get involved because she would be too worried about wasting the other two's time and not allowing their input. She would prioritize their input over hers as a player, not as a character. And so the combination of that, of the way that the out-of-game timer is going to affect players differently, and how it is going to restrict the ability of players in general to implement more creative solutions. It's going to push them towards being more firmly mechanical. Those two factors put together make a out of fiction, hourglass timed challenge like this, I think feel very, how do I say it? I'm trying to think of the right way to phrase my feeling on it. I think it makes I think it really drives a distinction between the players and the characters. I think it really, really separates those things. Because now a character that might be pretty creative is going to be pushed towards less creativity, and it's going to be represented in a less creative way because of the pressures being put on the player out of fiction. Same thing with how active a character is in any given scene. Even if a character is meant to be confident and brash and, what have you, they are going to come off as a quiet church mouse in this if their player is new and uncertain and does not want to step on other players' toes. So I think if you have a party where the characters are incredibly similar to the players, like personality-wise, then you're probably not going to run into that many problems here. I still think there are some problems to consider, but I think you're not going to run into as many of them. But if you have characters that are pretty different from the players controlling them, I think this sort of sequence results in a story that makes those characters feel very different for like a brief period of time. And that's something I try to generally avoid in my games. So, I don't want to levy like too much conviction about this because it's complicated and in my mind, the negative result is kind of nebulous, but I don't know. Yeah. That was something he did a lot at the home table, but I don't know. I think it depends. It depends on, again, like, is the timer clocking all of their actions or just an individual action? I think it really depends on how it's being used. I love doing that. The hourglass, I get why. I've done it before. I think it's a natural thing to think of, but I do think it has some negative consequences on the fiction. Yeah. This is all very fair, but superseded by rule of cool and the rule of are the players having fun? Yeah. I agree, and I have gotten direct feedback every time I've used it that the players do not like it on every player I've ever played with. Now, some of them were a little bit more neutral, but I have never gotten positive feedback outside of I liked that it made combat faster, but it made it more stressful for me and not in a good way. That's about the most positive feedback I've gotten on it. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't think it adds to the challenge or the feel. Well, I do. I do think that it brings a lot to the table. Like, I don't want to act like I don't, because I do think that there is something that it adds to in making the players feel the time pressure as players, not just as characters. There's a level of urgency that gets brought to their actions that is very nice and can sometimes create more interesting fiction than if the players didn't feel that same urgency. I just don't know. I don't know. As someone who needs to pause so much in a real-time game as a player, I would hate the hourglass, but yeah, Matt knows they like it. Yeah. I don't know. My only real complaint with the hourglass is that Liam and Ashley are on Skype. Well, and that kind of gets to my point of, like, certain actions are harder to describe, and especially if you're on a different medium, like a Skype, it's harder to describe your actions. So, like, Vax and Pike are probably going to be more silent in this than they would normally be. Now, we'll see if I'm right about that. But it's harder to communicate their actions to Matt, and that hourglass is ticking the whole time. You can't pause the hourglass to debate a rule, right? I don't know. I don't follow on how you connect the use of the hourglass to less creative actions. I have found the opposite to be true at my tables. That is interesting to me. My general argument is that creative actions take literally just more words to describe. Like, if I say I'm attacking with my axe, that's like, what, 4 words? Attacking with my axe. If I say I want to try and trip him with my axe to knock him prone, it literally just takes longer for me to say that. That creative action is taking me more word count to describe, and the entire time I'm describing that, the hourglass is ticking down. That's not even to mention, if I just say I attack with my axe, the GM knows exactly how to handle that. They say, okay, roll the die or whatever. You know, they don't even have to say anything. You just roll it a lot of the time if you're in combat. Whereas the tripping prone with my axe, the GM has to evaluate how does that work. They have to think about it for a second. It can't just automatically flow as the pre-prescribed result, like just making a normal attack would. The GM not only has to decide what is going to happen, but they are also going to have to decide what is the result. So either the GM has to describe a new result that is not programmatically or is not predetermined by the mechanics, or the player has to describe that result in a way that they just don't have to do if you're taking a standard mechanical action. So it's not so much that I don't think like the stress of the situation could, maybe promote some creativity. I think you could argue for that, but having the hourglass time the entire sequence, right? The entire sequence from start to finish. Every additional word that you say is eating into that total count. Now, if Matt had a much smaller hourglass and he just reset it every time they took an action, so it's like, say, I don't know, like a 20-second hourglass or even a 10-second hourglass or a 5-second hourglass, and they just had to decide on a course of action before the hourglass ran out, then I think my argument doesn't apply. So if they just had to say either I attack with my axe or I try to trip him and knock him prone with my axe, if they just have to say that phrase before the time runs out, and then we can spend some out of hourglass time with the GM thinking about what the results will be, with us maybe discussing any particular rule complications, right? If none of that extra stuff is timed by the hourglass, I think that my point about creativity doesn't apply. And that is where I have found the most success with hourglass stuff, is timing the amount of time that it takes for them to make a decision with an incredibly short hourglass. So like a 5, 10, 20-second hourglass. To try to reduce the amount of analysis paralysis and reduce the amount of time that they even have to analyze, but still allowing them non-hourglass timed time, I suppose, to discuss and debate any particular action. That's where I found the most success with it. And that's also almost always paired with an initiative count so that you don't have the quiet characters, or the quiet players, I should say, not wanting to interrupt the more active players, right? If there's no initiative count and there's no ordering, I still think that is a consequence that could be very present. But if you were doing this on a turn-by-turn basis in initiative where everyone is guaranteed to have the spotlight, I think both of my main two pillars of like why I'm not as jazzed about an hourglass, I think those both kind of go away. But if you are outside of initiative and the hourglass is not getting reset every turn or, every action or whatever, I think those two critiques are pretty present for me. Yeah. You can actually pause an hourglass, lay it on its side. If I see Matt pausing the hourglass to debate creative action, I'll eat my words. But I have not. I find that would. How do I say it? I think that would feel clunky, and I doubt that Matt will do it. But that is like a pure instinctual thing. I've honestly never tried that. Yeah. Yeah. The magic carpet moment does not have an hourglass. Oh, there you go. It can lead to more creative actions if there's no such thing as an obvious move. That's true. We'll have to see. Yeah, I don't know. And a critique that I didn't bring up because I don't think it's relevant to this scene, I think Matt solved it, is I also don't like hourglasses when there's an unclear end goal. But the end goal here is very clear. Get to the top of the tower, jump in the fire. So, not relevant to this one. Yeah. Yeah. I could be biased pro hourglass because I use them during quick time type scenes. And I think if there's like one decision to be made, then we're kind of on the same page. So there is also maybe a further nuancing of my take is as opposed to just like, it has to be turn by turn or it's, a broad thing or whatever. I do think it matters basically how many actions need to be taken within the span that the hourglass covers. So having an hourglass that is turn by turn, that gets reset at the beginning of every player's turn, that is essentially saying there is one action that will need to take place within the time frame of this hourglass. But that could also be 2 actions, 3 actions, 4. I think that this is definitely a sliding scale of effect. So if you have a quick time sequence, let's say, where, there's maybe 1 to 3 actions that are being taken within that time period, and especially, if it's only affecting a subset of the party, or even if it's affecting the entire party, there is... I think that the issue kind of reduces the less actions that need to be taken within the time span that the hourglass represents. So consider that one maybe a sliding scale. I'm picturing this, as requiring 5 to 20 actions. And that's one where I start to, as it goes like above like 5, maybe 7 actions encompassed by the hourglass is where I start to get really hesitant about it, not promoting creativity. But if it's in the 1 to 3 range, I think that the effect that it has on disincentivizing creativity starts to become negligible as we approach the 1 to 3 action kind of range. And the whole like quiet player versus not quiet player, that is also kind of a sliding scale based on how reactive players have to be or characters have to be versus how active. So if, say, you plop down an hourglass or say they walk and there's a pitfall trap and the pitfall trap falls out from under them, you narrate that they're in the air and boom, hourglass. Every player has to decide what their character does. Now, there's not necessarily initiative, but there is a sort of requirement that every player participate, which means that you're not going to run into the issues of the quiet players possibly not participating. That's also only, if you have the classic 4-player party, that's only 4 actions total, and it's only 1 action for every player, and they can think about their actions as the other players are talking, so there's a lot more opportunity for them to potentially think about a singular creative action. Yeah. It's nuts that I have the exact opposite thought on this. The more actions during the hourglass, the better. Yeah, no, because the more actions the hourglass has, like the more the compounding effect of creative actions taking longer to describe, like the more that compounds. So if you have, let's say that a more creative action takes 1.1 seconds to describe, and a mechanical action takes 1 second to describe. If you go out to 10 actions, you have now had it where the 11 or the 10 creative actions took the same amount of time as the 11 normal actions. So the players literally got to do more within the space allotted to them out of fiction than would actually make sense in the fiction, because those 11 actions should have taken the same amount of in-fiction time as the 10 creative actions. Now, I'm trying to be generous here. If I'm being honest, I think that the difference between a creative action and a mechanical action is much wider. I would rate it as more like 1 second to like 1.5 seconds or 1.8. But even on like a very marginal difference, that marginal difference compounds as the number of actions within the measured time of the hourglass increases, kind of no matter what the distinction is. Hourglass time does not equal in-game time. No, that's my exact point. That's my exact point, is that hourglass time does not equal in-game time. So, because they are able to describe 11 mechanical actions in their hourglass-timed out-of-game time, they are able to do more in that in-game time than they could have if they had described creative actions. So the hourglass has made it to where, taking the same amount of out-of-game time, they are doing less in-game. Because the hourglass time is like, even though it is only measuring out-of-game time, it has in-game consequences. So it is measuring in-fiction time. Like the hourglass, like it's measuring both. But just, my problem with that is that we don't interact in a consistent way with in-game time in our out-of-game time. Sometimes those things are kind of decoupled, right? So if they have to finish this by the time that the hourglass runs out, that is measuring in fiction time. That is saying in the fiction, you have a certain amount of time before the challenge is just over. And if that is pegged to this hourglass, the players are disincentivized from doing things that take longer out of fiction. And things that take longer out of fiction are not necessarily worse than things that go faster out of fiction. Even just certain features. Like, if one of my characters, say, wanted to use like a bonus action to summon a wildfire spirit and then have that wildfire spirit, teleport somewhere using fiery teleportation and to light a sconce or something, I have to take way longer to explain all of that than if I just Misty stepped. And so that extra time, and that's even assuming that my GM doesn't have any questions about maybe a feature that I don't use nearly as often, especially a feature that's given by like a subclass, like my wildfire spirit example that's given by the circle of wildfire. I don't know. It pushes the players towards efficiency and quickness of explanation, but I don't think that that's an inherently good thing. It's just a thing. Yeah. Yeah, the oh shit, do it now tension is great at my table. That's awesome. Like I'm glad that it works for you. I have hesitancy around the pushing players towards more efficient speech separated from what is actually, happening to their character. I have a big hesitancy around that because a lot of my players' most creative actions, across all players that I've played with, most often take longer to explain than the less creative actions. Yeah. Wildfire and Shepherd are seriously underrated. Moon really hid how fun the other druids there are. Oh, Wildfire's so fun. Paige is a Wildfire druid. It's really cool. The Wildfire spirit is sweet. But yeah, so I don't know. And I want to reiterate that, like, I have used this many times, and it's not off the table for me. Like, if I found a situation that I thought warranted it, I would still use an hourglass. I'm just very careful about it. It's not something that I throw out there. It's something I would basically never improv. And it's something that I think through a lot before I work it into an actual challenge. And I haven't worked one into the current campaign yet, although the previous campaign had 2 or 3, I think, across a course of maybe 20 or 30 sessions. I think there was about like 1 every 10 sessions last campaign. So, take it with a grain of salt. I mean, Matt has only used one over 100 episodes. So I don't fully think that it's again, I don't think it's off the table. I just probably wouldn't have used it here. Maybe new timid players dislike Hourglass. I mean, I can't say for certain. I definitely think timid players, at least the experience that I have had and the feedback I have gathered, is less about them liking or disliking it, but more them liking or disliking, or how do I say it? I've seen a distinction between how my players feel about the results of the timer, like the actual gameplay that it encourages, and the experience of running it. I have heard people be like, yeah, I liked the feeling of stress, but I disliked that I felt as though I couldn't play my character well. Like, I felt like I could not portray my character in a consistent manner. And I think that the newer or more timid players that I have had when I've used hourglasses have been much more on the side of oh yeah, it was neat to, watch everyone act under this pressure. I just didn't want to get in the way. And so, that's where I get really nervous about it, because I do legitimately see the benefits of encouraging that quick action. And the feedback that I've gotten has always been yeah, I get why you used it. But I've never had my players be yeah, I really enjoyed that. So it's a tough one, man. It's a really tough one. That also kind of falls into that category of how do you execute the game, kind of separate from how the mechanics of it all. Yeah. It's tough. It really is I don't know if I'm portraying it accurately, that I feel strongly about this, but also torn. I have strong feelings about it, but they don't lead me towards a cohesive or consistent conclusion. Yeah. But I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I can't pin that down.
It's
been ages.
Oh, Throwback Thursday.
Challenging. Oh, I've got the boots, but I mean, I take off going. Go take off.
Wait.
Click your boots of haste.
I'm going to turn her into a red dragon.
Do you want that?
Sure. Put my boots of haste before he does it.
Okay, so you click your boots of haste. They come into you. You feel the surge of energy, the rush, the burst of adrenaline through your body as you begin casting.
True polymorph.
Oh my god.
Alrighty.
Does that ever end? Do you have to cancel it?
Yes.
Okay,
All
hold
right.
on.
I'll take care of one of them.
As you begin to ascend up, you watch as the three planar begin to rush towards you, their arms out to grasp. Anyone else going to do anything?
Yeah, I would like to smash my gauntlets together and cast enlarge.
All right. So you go into your larger form now.
And rage.
And you rage.
I'll charge one of them.
They're up in the air.
Oh,
She's flying up.
Get on the carpet.
And I pull the carpet up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I click my boots of spider climbing and spend an action surge.
And that is like, I don't even think it'll probably be that relevant within this combat, but that's like the sort of thing that I'm talking about, where it's like, if you're not taking even like a relatively straightforward action like that, if there's any amount of miscommunication, like I didn't realize they were flying, that's now wasting other people's time. But it is the sort of thing that would be completely obvious in the fiction. But there's also kind of something interesting to that. Like, this is... I might not have portrayed that I do find the results, some of the results at least, attractive. Like, because it could be argued, I could argue, that this is rewarding players for paying attention. Like, Grog should have known that the planers are flying. We literally hear that Vex is flying up and the planers are coming to meet her. So if you are paying enough attention, that is the sort of thing you should know. And if you're not paying attention, there is... And this is the part where I get kind of hesitant on it, is there is an in-fiction consequence. Because you have reduced the out-of-fiction time that other players or yourself have to act upon the fiction. And that is interesting. That's interesting. But I think it's a fine line between whether it's good or bad. You know, like that's an interesting type of frustration. But I don't know if I really hedge or debate on whether I fall on the side of that's a good frustration or a bad frustration. And as has been highlighted by our discussion in chat, really depends on your players. It definitely sounds like the types of players that are at this table or Ross's table versus my tables. There might be some difference there. And I've had diversity of opinion within the runnings. Like, my players have not been totally consistent in how they view it, but I'll put that as a point for Pro Hourglass. I would put it as a point for both pro and anti-Hourglass. Like, I think it creates a frustration, but I'm not totally... I don't feel confident in saying that I think it's a good frustration or a bad frustration. It's... Not listening. I don't know. And I kind of want to get to the point where I have a more firm opinion on this stream, but I kind of don't think I will get there. I think I'm stuck in limbo, and I don't think there's a way out.
Urge to draw and start taking shots at the wings. I want to drop them out of the air.
Okay, go for it. Make 3 shots.
What?
Very quickly.
All right.
As you are ascending on the broom as quickly as possible and they begin to converge on you, you feel this like tickle of energy in the back of your mind, and you watch as your hands begin to suddenly grow claws and scales and red color.
Vax,
Yeah.
do
Anything?
something.
I cast Shield of Faith on my own ass.
Okay, Shield of Faith cast on Vax.
Can everybody fly?
I'm running up the wall anymore.
Before I polymorph, I toss you my broom.
Are you going to allow that?
Sure. So you throw the broom off the side and you begin to plummet immediately through the air.
And hey, you know what? Okay, so they've made the decision to use the hourglass. So I'll stop, and I feel like I've talked the question of to use or not to use to death. So now let's hone in on the more concrete example of running it. Love that Matt just said, sure. Because Matt is a GM that is typically a little bit more hesitant about any amount of retconning. And I think that's why you see Sam like, hey, you gonna allow that? Because she said, okay, before I polymorph, I want to just throw him the broom. And Sam's like, okay, is that cool, Matt? And Matt immediately goes, yep, that's cool. Because not only is Matt someone that I would say would generally not be cool with that, he's also the type of person that will look stuff up, that will like kind of take a second a lot of times at the table to think through his ruling. So, and those sorts of moments are the things that I think are most negative towards the hourglass, or result in a more negative version of the hourglass. Also, we have ads in 1 minute. So I like his immediacy. I really appreciate that, if you're going to run it like this, that you do it quick. You are not internally debating as the GM. You go with your gut, you say yes, you say no, and we immediately push forward. You don't even wait for them to continue. You gotta just bulldoze forward. Also, whenever I use the hourglass, everything the players do just work. And if you have that sort of trust with your players that they're not going to abuse that, perfect. Like, I think if you have that trust, this is 100% the way it should work. If you want to keep them doing creative stuff, it's like they just describe the creative stuff. There's no debate. There's no looking things up. Boom, it works. And it works in a generous way for the players so that we're not wasting time. And we bulldoze through. Because the hourglass is like a real pressure on this scene. And if we are... So I think we have less of a need to be detailed about it. And if we are detailed, I do think it presents or starts to build as a more negative force. So by doing it very quickly, I think you reduce that negative force quite a lot. Yeah. I think the hourglass can be useful, but you need to factor in the effects. It's going to distort decision-making, but those distortions might be desired at times. They might. And they might be more desirable for certain types of tables. They might be more desirable in certain types of situations. I'm nervous about it here. I think most of my nervousness comes from there being 7 goddamn players. I think that's a lot of my nervousness. And like maybe rationale for why I wouldn't do it here. But to Matt's credit, there is only one player that actually needs to ascend the tower. So we can focus all of our energy on Vexalia, reducing the negative impact of potentially quieter or more timid players. They are either going to have a way that they can help Vex, and if they do, I think it's a little bit easier of an entrance into the scene for them. And if they don't have that, if they don't have a way that they can assist Vex in any way, then it makes a little bit more sense in the fiction as to why they're quieter. There's a little bit more, it allows the player and the character to merge back together a little bit more, since we have all of the activity kind of focused on Vex in specific reaching the summit. So I continue to be torn. But we'll also, I thought that we had ads incoming. And I thought I said yes, but it definitely should have triggered by now. What's going on? And there's none in queue. Weird. Okay, well, it just didn't work. I don't know why. So we're not going to get a fun cutoff. And I guess I'll just cut myself off there. And I'm going to go to the bathroom and then I'll be back. Goodbye. What's up? We're back. Hello. Let's watch some Critical Role.
As you're concentrating on the spell to cast it, you finish it off, and you plummet back about half the distance, and then these giant leathery red dragon wings whip out of your form, and you catch yourself. The broom clatters to the ground, and Scaling rushes over and grabs.
You know what? And I kind of thought for a term that I maybe want to use for it. I think hourglasses are like a don't try this at home, leave to the professionals, but not even that extreme. They're like they're an advanced technique, I would say. I think that if you are just starting out DMing, they are hard. They're just difficult to run well as a GM. I think they have a lot of pitfalls. But if you're experienced, either with hourglasses or without them, and you're experienced at navigating those things, and you especially have trust with your players, it's going to go a lot better for you overall. Because I was even hearing that like description from Matt here, right? This, as you're concentrating on the spell cast, you finish it off, you plummet back half the distance, and then these giant leathery red dragon wings whip out from your form. Like, all of these words, if we view this as purely a challenge for the players to win, all of that description from Matt is wasting their precious resource. It is wasting the time that they have to accomplish the mission and accomplish the goal. But I don't think that we're seeing any sort of negative interpretations from the players here. They trust that Matt would not fuck them by wasting the time that he set up, right? They probably don't know exactly how much time is in that hourglass, but they have a level of trust with him that he is not going to waste so much time describing stuff that they lose. And it's much more relevant if they do lose. If they lose, you want to make sure that if they think back, they don't think to themselves, man, if GM had just shut the fuck up a little bit and just told us what happened and wasn't so flowery with his language, we would have had more time and we would have done it. We would have solved it. And that's a tough line to thread when a lot of those kind of nail biter, it's coming down to the last second. Like, a lot of times those are the most fun parts of those kinds of scenes. And if it's a nail biter and they lose, you want to at least make sure that they don't feel like your flowery description was the reason they lost. Or like the wasted time that Travis took at the beginning was the reason that they lost. It's tough. So I think I would ultimately classify it as a not for beginner DMs technique that does have substantial upside if you handle and navigate it properly.
And you catch yourself. The broom clatters to the ground, and Scanlan rushes over and grabs it and manages to get under his grasp.
You know that word.
Alrighty, so you begin to ascend upward right as they begin to descend on your dragon form.
20, 24, and 36.
20, 24, and 36. They all hit.
Thump, thump, thump. That's a strength saving throw, or they fall a little bit.
Strength saving throw. All right, that is a 18.
Nope. They fall.
21.
That's okay.
And a 12. So
Nope.
two of them. You shoot two of the wings out of the way, and they plummet down, and you manage to coast past two of them in your dragon form. One of them does manage to grab onto you and get its hands and big, strong hands in the back of your head and try and steer you to the side.
Can I cast Frightful Presence?
We'll get to that in just a moment. It's going to attempt to. No, man. All right. It tries to pull against you, but even with its extremely strong planetary strength, it cannot guide you away from the path, and you push past. You're now outside of the chamber in the base of the tower, just flying upward. You can go ahead and use your Frightful Presence.
Yeah.
All right, so that's your action.
All of the creatures.
everybody?
No,
Oh,
of my choosing.
thank
So all the
God.
all the not bad guys,
Yeah.
but the people inside.
Okay. As you roar loudly and it echoes, filling the entirety of the chamber, the music of the surroundings now merging and shifting with this horrible dragon roar. None of these angelic entities seem even remotely affected by it.
Oh, really? They don't even have to make a wisdom saving throw?
They are immune to fear.
Oh, well.
Or being frightened, sorry.
That makes sense.
But you continue flying upward?
Yes.
Okay, so you finish the spell, you take your shots. Keyleth, Pike, anything?
am I close enough to Grog to hop onto the carpet as well?
Okay, so Pike and Grog get onto the carpet. Keyleth, what are you doing?
How close is it? Are people clustered
no.
up together by now?
Do I take the alignment of the animal that I'm polymorphed into?
Not the alignment, just your mental source.
Okay.
All right, so.
Are people like super clustered together? Is she now clustered with them?
No, she's above everybody. She's way past all you guys. She just shot straight up.
So the angel dudes are all kind of clustered together?
Two of them fell a little bit. One of them's on her back.
Okay.
She's making her way up, guys.
I'm going to
The first sandglass is starting to run out.
throw up a big a level 5 flaming sphere. Wait, can I do with my spear? Can I do a higher level fireball and just do more charges out of it? Or no?
I'll say no, because you cannot spend more charges to increase the level of the spell.
Then I will do a.
I'm glad that Matt made a quick decision here, but this is sort of what I'm referring to when I talk about more creative, or maybe I shouldn't even say more creative, but just less straightforward actions within the thing. Marisha is asking a specific question about a homebrew item that she has to get a ruling on from Matt before, in a way that Keyleth would not need to, right? For Keyleth in the fiction, she just knows. But Marisha, the player, has to take hourglass time to clarify a mechanic with Matt that he came up with. There's no other way for her to clarify it. So it's no real conclusion from that, but an example of what I was talking about.
Hurry,
Fifth
the
level
time is
flaming
running out.
sphere. Kaboom.
Okay, so the flaming sphere slams upward. All right, hits the side there. Saving throw.
Move fast, people.
Rolls a 1 saving throw. So it takes damage. The flaming sphere hits it. However,
It doesn't hit both of them?
no, you can slam it into one creature per turn. So one of the ones on her back, you mean? What's the range on the flaming sphere?
Come on, the time is running out.
No time for a book.
No time for a book. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
Whatever.
The flaming sphere slams into one of the ones that's not on her back. It's too far to your range. It's fine. All right. So who's doing what next?
We're rocketing up on the rug.
Okay, the rug, not very fast, and her speed is much faster as a dragon. So you guys are coming up behind, and you're just watching the dragon.
Are we close to any of the either two that are at the bottom?
No, but as soon as that timer went out, the chamber roof above you slams shut. You're all cut off from Vex.
Fair enough.
I was running up the wall. I didn't make it in time.
I got
Not at your speed. No, it's a big chamber.
Fair enough.
Shit.
okay,
Okay.
she got up.
I'm gonna just haste as fast as I can. And do I get?
You know, frankly, fine with me. I think that was, and I'm not saying that Matt decided this or that he improv'd it. I think this is likely what he had planned. But it cutting Vex off means that we are not getting a Marisha has to read through all of her spells to clarify that it works the way that she thinks it does versus the way that Matt thinks it does. It's all in theater of the mind. You know, she's asking, are the planetars or the planars clustered together? Matt says yes, but then she's only able to hit one of them. So clearly the word clustering meant different things to the two of them. And then we just lock Vex off. We just say, okay, you guys had an influence on how she got up there. And now for the rest of this time, it is Vex only. And to Matt's credit, it seems like that is probably why there are 3 separate hourglasses, is to have like these things that happen when one hourglass runs out. And the first thing that happens being a separation of the party, I think solid move from Matt. Because I think one of the riskiest parts about this is just the sheer amount of people that were involved. And so if you have someone like Grog, he's probably not going to be able to keep up and get above the threshold before the first hourglass runs out. So you are limiting the number of people that are trying to speak.
When I click my boots, do I still get a hasted action?
Yes, you do.
Okay, cool. Then I can go 160 feet. Yeah.
Yes, you can. The planer is still holding on the back of your head. It's going to make another strength check. That is, ooh.
I'm gonna try to tail whip him.
All right, I want
Is
you
that
to
a
make,
thing I can do?
make an athletics check.
Okay.
Pike and I are just wailing on the two.
Ooh, I have like a red dice. It's like so perfect,
There
and
you
I
go.
never
What'd you
choose
roll?
this one. Okay, well. What am I adding to it?
So whatever your strength modifier is, if there's an athletics score, then whatever your strength modifier.
That would be a +5.
Are you talking about
like a
hers
plus
or the
seven.
dragon?
Oh, a +7.
dragon.
Yes.
So 13.
13. The planer grabs one side of your horn and causes you to slam into the side of the tower, and you skid across and smash into one of the stained glass windows, which fires out the side, and you end up slowing down a bit, and it actually takes you a moment. It just halves your speed for this round.
Oh, no.
You try and get your wings back up. Are you going to do anything about the guy on your back, or are you going to keep just plugging as fast as you can?
No,
upward?
I'm gonna. He's on my back, or he's like hanging onto
he's
me.
like on your neck and head. He's like holding on, trying to steer you off to the side by controlling your
I'm
movement.
gonna spin and try to slam into the wall and like knock him into the stone, like
Okay.
you know, like in
Can she
Princess
do
Bride.
like a
where he's
wing
like,
thing? Is that on me?
yeah, I'm
Is
gonna
that
use
a
my
back?
wings to like thrust me faster into
Okay,
the wall.
go ahead and make an athletics check.
No. Okay, athletics check. Was it +7? So 19.
19, 17. So you slam into the wall and you hear behind you, the stained glass that shattered reforms right where you left it, and you continue to ascend upward. It's still holding on to you, but it's now disadvantage on this next roll because you slammed into the wall. So making your ascent upward as fast as you can, you watch as the tower just slowly pincers closer and closer. You watch as another layer begins to close above. All right, he's going to attempt to try and slam you into the wall again. Go ahead and make another athletics check. Roll d20 and or add your strength modifier. Go for it.
That one didn't count.
You didn't mean you didn't intend.
I also, this is something I didn't think about when we were discussing it, that I am feeling here is theater of the mind versus gridded. Generally, I opt for, or I will use an hourglass, or I'll consider it more highly when looking at gridded combat where distances do not need to be recommunicated. So like Matt is giving a lot of like, there's this out of fiction timer around how quickly that thing is going to close, that like segment of the tower. But Laura does not have an obvious conception of how far away that is. She says, "Oh, I haste, so my movement's 160." But what does that mean? And he just said, "Oh, it's almost closed, it's almost there," but we don't know how far away she is. We don't know if taking the time to get this planer off of her is worth it. Like, literally. Like, we have no idea if that is something she should do. If she's like, is she 1 turn away from that? Is she 2 turns away from that? I don't know. And so I definitely lean towards using the hourglasses in gridded as opposed to Theater of the Mind, because Theater of the Mind, one of its biggest flaws is that it requires redescription of the scene to keep the scene consistent between the GM and the players. It literally just takes more out of fiction time to describe scene changing and to describe especially movement within a scene. It doesn't necessarily have to, but in general, the strength of gridded is that there is a shared representation. So there's just less overall descriptive or description that is required to run on gridded, or even to run on, half gridded, like a whiteboarded solution, right? So that is also a consideration here, is that it's hard for Laura, or it's harder for Laura to make decisions under this time pressure when it's harder for her to understand the scene because it's all in Theater of the Mind and it requires a lot of movement. So it's tough. Megan just wrote something that gives another point to hourglasses. It gives a point to Matt's representation of hourglasses. She can go like 500 feet per round. This is a big ass tower if she can't close the gap. I think it is a big ass tower. Like, I'll say that straight up. I think it's a big ass tower. Yeah, it's a tower for a god. It might be big. I only run hourglasses during Theater of the Mind. This is bonkers. I mean, and I will specify Theater of the Mind with a lot of movement. It depends on how much you're having to re-describe. So if they were doing this entire sequence within Pelor's throne room, which they had an amount of description there before the hourglass was introduced, that's one thing. But for there to need to be new scene description and as they move and us having to measure distances and that being relevant to the challenge, like of these like changing and modifying distances, I mean, it's not impossible. It just, I think, makes it harder. Because now you have to account for that extra description within the hourglass that you put out there, right? You have to account for the fact that you as a GM will just have to take up more verbal time re-describing things or describing new things. And that is time that's eating into their ability to act. So it's not so much in that, like, I think it's impossible. It's just, I think it makes it harder to really grasp the challenge that you're putting out there. Again, more firmly into my like experts only bucket. Like, if you're really good at feeling the time that things will take and that your own descriptions will take, if you have like a good internal sense of that, probably not as much of an issue. I know I certainly don't have a good sense of that internal time. You never hourglass. You hate hourglasses. Ew, it's all this hourglass stuff. How is anyone supposed to complete this objective if they aren't a hasted dragon? If a hasted dragon can barely complete it unless they teleport? That's the question. I've used it during a Gandalf on the third day type scene where the players are the ones arriving. So they're arriving into a sort of static type scene where like they are coming in, there's a big layer or big dump of description, and then they're interacting within that on an hourglass. Is that kind of what you're saying? I'm gonna be real, I don't fully recognize the Gandalf on the third day reference. I know Gandalf, but I don't know what's so important about this third day. I feel like I should remember it, though. It does tickle a memory in there. I just can't quite nail it down. But no matter how fast she is moving, she is gonna complete it. Well, and that's another freaking question here. Is like, is this an actual challenge or not? My impression, at least, is that there's a chance that it doesn't go her way. But by the very nature of it being theater of the mind, of Matt not describing these distances, it does leave open some fudging opportunity. So that is something we haven't discussed, is like, depending on your willingness to fudge, that is going to impact how, well, not only your willingness to fudge, but your willingness and your skill at fudging is going to be a big determiner of how an hourglass feels for you. I think that's a very fair point, if that is the point that you're making. The size of the tower will be scaled to how fast she's moving. Okay, yeah, I think that's exactly what you're saying. 100%. Okay, yeah. That's a decent point. I'll fully concede that. Your willingness and your ability to fudge well is going to have a major impact, I think, on how good your hourglasses feel. It's funny given how often I defend the practice on stream, but I'm generally pretty reluctant to fudge. Like, I generally, like, if I'm looking at anything, I'm going into it assuming I'm not going to fudge. I go into every session assuming zero fudge. And I, like, 99% of the time trying to run all the challenges completely honest. I just defend the practice because I think it is an important tool in the GM toolbox, even if I don't pull that tool out all that often. But that will really, I think, definitely have an impact on this, especially if you're putting it in theater of the mind and not within gridded. Yeah. The only way to truly fail is to make no decisions or make horrible ones that don't take it seriously. The hourglass is there to force sudden, hasty, often comedic decisions. Taking it out is saying dance monkey to the players, and it's fun for both parties if the scenario is fit to it. Yeah. I very rarely, and this is something I'll have to think about more, I very rarely put my players in a scenario where the decision that they make doesn't matter. It only matters that they make a reasonable decision. I very, very rarely have them in those sorts of situations. Mostly, I think, because like my first port of call is making the scene feel grounded within the overall world. I want it to feel grounded, connected. Everything is impacting everything else. And there like are better and worse decisions in every scenario, even if they're taking it totally seriously. And that's like a general table tone thing. But also, you have me considering if there are maybe some spots within recent sessions or recent quests where framing it more, even in my own head, not in the players' heads, but in my head, framing it as they have to do something reasonable. And as long as it's something reasonable, that's okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever thought about a challenge in that way. Basically, ever. Maybe I have. I don't know. I don't have a good memory. But it sounds alien to my own thoughts. Now, I often have dozens of potential things that I consider, and if they surprise me in the moment, I try to represent that as faithfully as possible. But it's a very player-focused mentality, which I don't have a problem with. Like at base, like I think through that, it's very focused on the time and the experience that the players are having, and how do I say it? I am often really focused on immersing my players within their characters and the world, and then making that experience a fun and interesting one. The feeling of being immersed and interacting within the world, being fun and interesting, that is almost always my primary focus. But there is something to be said for focusing on making sure that the players themselves are feeling good feelings, feeling fun emotions, feeling interesting tension, rather than focusing on making the characters feel those interesting decisions or those tensions, and then focusing separately on immersive tactics so that your players feel the thing that their characters are feeling. Or they're more easily able to feel those things. There's definitely something to be said for skipping the in-between and going directly to the source and going directly to the players and like really trying to focus in on, I want my players to feel this particular emotion or this particular way. And I have a table execution conceit for how I'm going to make them feel that way, and I will ensure that the fiction matches the fun that is happening out here. It's like looking at it from kind of the opposite direction that I normally do, of like trying to create the fun at the table and then being totally willing to mold or modify the fiction to match that fun feel at the table that it has been created totally separately. That's at least not typically the direction of thought that I have. But I would need to... but I don't know how I feel about it. It's interesting. It begs more thought. And so I will continue to more thought about it, to more think about it. Interesting. Yeah. The only time I can remember hourglasses was they were searching a city irradiated by arcane explosion. If they didn't find the thing in time, they could have left, rested, etc. If they stayed too long, there would be a mysterious negative sounding effect, basically a hint at mutation. After each interval of the timer, they rolled a con save. One of them insisted they keep searching, even though he'd failed 2 of them. I told him he was starting to feel sick. He kept going. He became a shifter. I mean, I think that this is definitely another aspect of, and again, I would sort of why I classify timers into sort of advanced techniques for DMs at this point, because making it optional, I think, is a great way to go about it. Of them being able to enter or leave at will. So you are just saying within this area, we're going to go and start doing everything, and it allows for them to possibly leave and clarify some things with the GM of like, hey GM, while we're resting, how exactly would this work if I tried it? And there's obviously still a layer of, which I think you would want this, of no plan survives first contact with the enemy. You would not want them to be able to plan out the whole thing. There needs to be secrets. They can't observe the entire area from the outside. But it still gives that sort of moment of opportunity to take care of any potential misunderstandings ahead of time, if anyone can think of any, and hopefully reduce the amount of misunderstandings when you're actually running the timer. So I think there's tons of strategies to deal with it. Yeah.
Roll it.
Okay. Oh, okay. 21.
21, yeah, you beat him. He tries to pull you off to the side and you begin to skid into it. Your wing hits the side of the tower. But you keep pushing forward. The pain hits you. You end up taking about 25 points of damage just grinding into this divine golden side, but you keep flying up. The tower gets tighter and tighter and tighter.
I'm starting to think that the hourglass and what you use as timers are very similar, just on a different scale. That's interesting. That's an interesting theory. My sort of distinction between the two, I would say, or argue, is that there's very little opportunity, or how do I say it? It's very unlikely that out-of-table discussion that is not directly related to the action that is happening. So, like the discussion between Marisha and Matt, right? Of like, can the staff do this thing with the fireball where I upcast it or whatever? Like those sorts of, I might call them clarification discussions, don't impact the progress of the timer. And that is like one of my biggest, I guess, hurdles when it comes to a literal in front of the screen hourglass, is that clarification discussions can impact the in-fiction capability, and to an extent the out-of-fiction capability of the players and characters. That's like my real main hang-up. And I also think that's like why I bring up, the more maybe timid players, is because they are often the ones that have more need of clarification, and that is, I think, often why they don't speak up as much. Especially if they're new, they're asking about rules clarifications more often. And I don't want, and my big hesitancy with an hourglass really revolves around, this sounds harsher than I really mean it, but like punishing or maybe just disincentivizing those sorts of clarification discussions. Yours is behind a screen where the glass is transparent for the players. I think they're in similar lanes. I think there's an argument to be made that they're in similar lanes. Yeah, I'll fully accept that they're in similar lanes. Put one on the board for hourglasses. One more point on the scoreboard for all hourglasses. No, I definitely think they're in similar lanes, but it mostly I think the hinge point for me is what essentially ticks the hourglass. I think that's what it really depends on for me. A physical hourglass ticks according to our out of fiction reality. Whereas a lot of the timers that I described, the pressures, all of those things, tick according to in fiction time and actions and the in fiction reality, I suppose. But I think in terms of the like effect that they're going after, I'll agree with you guys. I think they are in similar lanes, which is, that is why I will admit to being interested and attracted to the results of using an hourglass, but very hesitant about the process.
You now can see as the planer is going to attempt to.
Can I wait? Can I?
What are you gonna do?
Can I? Is he hanging on to me with one arm now? What is he doing? Like, how's he doing? Because I knocked him into the wall, right?
Yeah.
So, oh god. God. I just use my. I'm gonna just dash. I'm gonna fuck him and just dash.
You're going double speed.
Double speed it.
You just shoot up. Okay, that gives him a full round to go ahead and try and scare you off. That's a roll again with your strength.
15.
Slams you into the wall. She's getting slowed down a little bit.
But
you can now see it's closing. But you are dashing, so you get a second speed run, which does get you up towards where the wall is closing now. You can see now the bright light is getting brighter and brighter. Your eyes are hurting in the presence. You can see a large brazier at the top of the tower that is now in flames before you. You're not quite there. You have one more round. He's going to go ahead and now turn around, and the angel turns on your face and is going to attempt to punch in your eyes.
Oh, shit.
That is a 21.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to use my legendary resistance.
Well, it's a physical attack on you.
Oh, shit.
So what's your AC?
19. Natural.
Okay, yeah, it hits you. You take disadvantage on your next strike. Go ahead and roll an athletics check to try and buck him off one last time. This is the only one you have time for.
Disadvantage or what?
Disadvantage because he punched you in the face.
Okay, 14.
14. All right, you're slowing down. You're not quite getting there. He's like bashing you in the face.
I'm gonna take my claws up and just rake him.
Okay, we're gonna do the strength check.
Go, go, go!
What is it? 18.
11. You thrust him off your face as he falls off down below. Make it up to the top, and you now see the brazier is about the size of your dragon form. It's physically your size, and you can see now the tower's beginning to close around you. What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna reach the tower thing and push myself up through.
Okay, you pull your way up to the top, and now you're right above the brazier of the flames. You look down into the brazier, the fire there burning, this ever-present light that hits in your face.
Rush into the fire!
You dive into the fire. Your dragon form, which resists it at that point, it immerses your entire form, at which point you hear the tower guys above you crack, and you hear this echoing sound of what sounds like shattering of 1,000 windows at once. You, as you dive into the flames, feel this moment of searing, bright pain in your eyes and your mind. Your dragon form is immune to flames, but your form suddenly shrinks. The spell dispelled. The dragonoid form just cast away. You sense this kind of lost nothing. Your whole body is numb at this point, and you're just surrounded by a white light. Much like where Vax in the plane in his communion with the Raven Queen is enshrouded in darkness, this is just endless, every color. You have no sense of personal form, you have no sense of time, place, and for the first time in a long time, you don't remember your name. For a brief instant, you think what bit of conscious thought you can make is this what oblivion feels like? Did you make the right choice? Were you led astray? Were you strong of heart enough? The flames were intended to cleanse away sin, darkness, possibly those who are unworthy. Is this it now? Did you fail? You guys down below watch as the chamber doors that closed off above you open up again to reveal the tower. And you can see there, suspended in the middle of the air, thousands of shards of stained glass that had just shattered inward from the impact, but frozen. just held in place. As they all slowly retract back, reforming the windows that were once there. Whatever impact or shockwave had scattered them below, reversed and repaired. And you watch as they do so, ascending. The tower is back untouched as it was. The one planer that had ridden the dragon form of Vex towards the top of the tower slowly descends and lands next to the three others. And they all give a nod towards the Dawn Father, who's still there, not looking upward, just looking at the rest of the remaining members of Vox Machina. His beacon of attention just shifting from one to the other. The three planers leave the still open doors.
What does she mean to you?
To us? Oh, God.
To you. All of you.
I told you.
I'm really thinking of how to say this because I don't want it to come off mean. But I also do think it's, like, relevant. Matt is clearly, I would say, playing a little bit of will they, won't they. Or not will they, won't they, but like, you know, is she dead, is she not? Was she pure of heart, was she not? And if I'm being real, I don't care. And I don't want that to sound mean, but it's like, if you're going to do this, if you're going to have Pelor ask, what does she mean to you after totally implying that she might just be like dead and in an infinity oblivion or whatever, I need to think that you might actually have pulled the trigger as Matt. Like, I don't believe for a moment that Vex is gone. Like, and I know that we all have different levels of suspension of disbelief, and that's fine. My suspension of disbelief does not even come close to thinking that Vex possibly failed this trial. So it's really hard for me to work up any amount of emotion about it. Like, I don't really care to answer the question from Pelor or to try to act my character as if my character's actually worried about this, because I'm just so not. Like, yeah, I get like that. So I don't know. I have to believe that you would do it, Matt. That's like the fundamental part of the magic trick and of that sort of thing of like, if you're going to try to make me feel emotional about her potentially being gone, I need to actually like believe that there's a little bit of a chance. Because otherwise, I just don't care. I don't care. I don't know.
That I was faithless. Which might be true when it comes to the gods. But not with Vexalia. Not with Vox Machina. She gives me my power.
You know what? And I'll actually give a great example, kind of a differing example from what's happening here. Matt's ritual. Like, I think that the resurrection, like, I'm trying to picture the resurrection, like, speeches if there was not a chance of the resurrection ritual failing. right? I wouldn't care. I maybe would care like the first time, kind of. But it just like, I don't know. I would kind of tune out a little bit. I don't know. It just, yeah. It's one of my problems with death in D&D is that I feel like it's hard to like really treat it that seriously when you can just be resurrected. And this is kind of similar. I have trouble taking this seriously. Had I been running this, I don't think I would have left Vex's POV. Like, did you fail? Seems like a prompt to me. I think there's I think there's something to do there. I'm not really sure. I don't know how I would handle it. Let me think about if you plunge in, there's every color in every direction. You lose all sense of self. You forget your name. You're barely capable of conscious thought. You're like, did I fail? Whatever. How would I transition out of that? I mean, I think there's something. I mean, I think my gut instinct is like just have it all kind of snap back in. Like just kind of have like, okay, there's like a moment of silence as your last thought slips away into the ether. And then there's a silence at the table. And then we go back into a monologue of her reconstructing. I think that's like the most natural way that my brain goes with it. I think there's a couple of alternatives. If you wanted to make it a roll, I think that'd be kind of insane, but, to each their own. If that works at your table, go for it, I guess. But, yeah, I don't know. He's also running a table of actors. They really just want opportunities to play these characters' emotions. Sure, but that's like what all of TTRPGs should be. Like I think that like is what like that's like a distinct part of like any roleplay segment ever, period. Of like, yeah, we want to portray the emotions. And I think that portraying the emotions, regardless of the level of skill of the player, just becomes harder if the stakes don't feel real. That's not to say it's impossible by any stretch of the imagination. It's just more difficult, I think, to do authentically. I think that the resurrection rituals are far more authentic than I would be able to find any of these speeches. This is essentially the ritual of resurrection, but he's got a table full of actors, so they can suspend their disbelief more easily. I don't think that is the case. Well, is it? I'm trying to think. Can actors more easily suspend their disbelief in TTRPGs? I don't know if that is the case. I mean, suspension of disbelief is it's a complicated aspect. But I don't know if I would argue that when you're acting, you're suspending disbelief. Like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to even remotely equate myself to the professionals here. But I acted for 10 years in community theater. I did like 30 or 40 shows. And I'm trying to think if I would quantify anything that I was doing when acting with suspension of disbelief. I don't really think I was, to be frank. Like, I don't really see the connection, personally. But I could see it being different for other people and how they view acting. But for me, they're kind of completely separate in my head. When I'm acting, I'm not really thinking about how realistic the world is, I assume, like when I'm acting and trying to get into a character, I fundamentally assume that everything is true. It's not like I have like a lower threshold of truth, and which is kind of what I consider for suspension of disbelief. I consider it like a threshold of how easily it is, or of how easy it is for me to assume, or for me to feel as though a fictional thing is real, right? It's like that kind of threshold of believability. But when I'm acting, there is no threshold. There is no threshold at which I will not be able to portray it. And playing a TTRPG is distinct from that in acting. Because acting, everything that you do is scripted out. So, like, not only do I assume everything to be true, but that is only possible because I know the entire workings of the thing I am assuming. I have full and complete knowledge of it. I have knowledge of the other characters and their inner workings, at least as far as they're displayed upon the page. I have knowledge of how our arcs will go up and down. And I don't know. None of suspension of disbelief doesn't play into that at any point for me. I'm trying to think of why. Truly. Like, I'm trying to think of like why I don't think it plays a factor. Because I would say I have a pretty high suspension of disbelief, but I don't think that like impacts any of my acting at all. You go from base point that everything you do is true. Yes, but that also doesn't that doesn't affect how the product affects me, I guess. So like, I'll give an example. I was in a musical called Urinetown. If you are improvising, the starting point is accepting you're in a true situation, even though you are not. I'll give the Urinetown example because I think it's relevant. I know it well. Perfect. Urinetown's a ridiculous musical. Like Urinetown, I don't think I could play a TTRPG set in Urinetown. I don't think I could play it. I don't think I could run it. But I could run the musical because I didn't really need to. The musical didn't need to impact me as the performer. I am a part of the construct of the performance, and the performance is turning on my ability. It doesn't actually matter how I feel about it. Now, I will say certain musicals and certain roles have made me feel certain types of ways. And I was in an improv troupe for a brief period of time. There are certain scenes that we created that made me feel more or less. But I would say it's easier to perform a scene when it makes you feel something. But I can perform a scene that makes me feel nothing. So I think that like suspension of disbelief for me is more rooted in how seriously can you take the world that is being created and how much can you care about it? Like how much can you allow it to impact you? And acting is kind of distinct from that for me. Like when you're acting or improvising, when you are a performer, the performance is not about whether or not the performance impacts you. It's about whether or not it impacts the audience. You are a cog within the overall performance. Now, that's totally relevant to Critical Role and actual plays, insofar as they are able to portray feeling and belief to us as the audience. But that's not really what I'm talking about in terms of I can't take it seriously. I'm not really talking about that from the perspective of an audience member. I mean, I'm talking about that a little bit from that perspective. But I'm mostly talking about it as like, I'm imagining if I'm a player, I'm struggling to take that seriously. So it makes that acting more difficult because the scene isn't impacting me at all. I'm basically in like pure acting mode instead of being in like immersion, feeling like I'm a part of the world mode. Like at no point when I was performing Urinetown was I like, yeah, I'm a real citizen of Urinetown, you know? I don't know. I'm not like feeling super duper impacted by that. But I think that my performance could absolutely play towards how seriously the audience takes the performance, right? The person that's actually consuming the media and who you actually want to feel something. TTRPGs are complicated because especially when we're not doing an actual play, we are actors that are performing in order to make other actors in the same room feel something, right? It's doing improv in a closed room, not even preparing for a larger performance, right? It's not even like it's rehearsal. It's not like, we're running the games that we're about to perform at the next, workshop. We are purely revolving around each other as both audience and performer. So suspension of disbelief feels much more related to that audience role than that performer role, to me. I think. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I found my opinion in the dark forest of those words, but you are both audience and actor? Right. So suspension of disbelief is related, in my opinion, to my role as audience, whereas their experience as actors is related to their ability as performance or actors, not their role as the audience. I don't think them being actors makes them a better audience member. So as an audience, you do have to suspend your disbelief. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, yes. But when I'm in Urinetown, when I'm performing in Urinetown, I'm not an audience member, right? When I'm like acting or when they're voice acting, they're not an audience member when they are doing the voice acting. I would say not, yeah. When you're improvising, I don't think you're an audience member. You're a fundamentally different role within the construct. You're a performer. The performer is not the audience. I feel pretty confident about that one. There is a hard distinction in my head between a performer and an audience member. TTRPGs just have the unique factor of every participant being both at the same time. They are both audience and performer, but that does not make audience and performer the same thing. Every player just happens to be both. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I have to say something out loud and think about it for a second to know if I agree with it, but I do agree with that. I do think that in my heart. Yeah. And so I would say that suspension of disbelief is something that audience members have and not something that a performer requires. It maybe it's a factor on their performance, but it is not endemic to it, or is not directly related, is what I would claim. But I don't know. To me, it's akin to the cliffhanger just before an ad break. Will the hero die? Well, no, of course, but we all agree it's more interesting than just straight cutting. We don't all agree on that. I don't agree. Oh man, I don't even want to talk about this because there's actually there's a part of the secret project that actually deals with this exact statement. So I don't want to be repetitive. So I'm just going to say that I don't agree. And leave it at that.
Her name is Vex, and she is greedy and mean sometimes, and she can steal a lot. She's a little bit not the greatest person, but her flaws highlight everything that is right about her, which is she does all these things to protect her friends and her family. She would give her life for any of us and for anyone who was truly in need. And she's not perfect, but she's the most perfect of all of us.
She believes in me. She tries to teach me to use my brain, which I don't do very often. She tries to teach me to learn from the world, and she always cheers me on, which not a lot of people do. I believe in her.
The beacon shifts to you, Pike.
I don't have a real sister, but I consider her more of my sister than I've ever had. She's family. And if you take her from me, there will be hell to pay.
The beacon shifts to Percival.
She is mistress of the Grey Hunt of Whitestone, Baroness of the First House of Whitestone. She is my heart and my judgment, and the future that I have chosen. And she is the one that I have betrothed to.
What? Betrothed?
The beacon shifts back to Vax.
She is every hope I have. When I am gone, she will make the world right. She has the intelligence and the savviness and the heart to make real-world decisions. She is me, but better. She is your champion.
Then there is hope. And you watch as in the center of the chamber, a second star seems to be birthed before you, this bright point of light that begins to swell in equal intensity as the head of the Dawnfather himself, as a flash, consumes the chamber, and there before you, you see now, reborn, hair scattered back, intact, slowly descending, eyes closed, consciousness not yet drawn from within. Vexalia, as her feet touch the ground and she falls to her knees, she breathes in. Your eyes open. You look around and see the faces of your friends, your family. And you're immediately aware of the presence of the entity behind you. As you spin and look, whereas once there was a burning star, and to the rest of you, you see the painful, endless light that averts your gaze. It doesn't hurt your eyes as much. And you can see the faint features, the soft cheeks, the hairless head, and the bright, warm eyes of he who brings the dawn. And you can see the smile there, behind the light. There is hope. Get your blessing of the dawn, Father.
Yes.
So, there you go.
What did I get? What is it?
You naturally have resistance to necrotic damage.
Oh, that's good for me. It's keeping that fucking finger of death.
And you want to read the rest after you can.
As a bonus action, you channel the light of day into your being. For 1 hour, you emit bright light in a 120-foot radius, and any evil creature within that 120-foot radius that hits you with an attack or spell immediately suffers 4d6 radiant damage and is knocked prone.
You're a walking nuke.
Bright like a diamond.
Once this blessing ability is used, it can't be used again for 7 days.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Blessings of the gods.
Get to add a 6 star to the roller quest. Fucking excited.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to represent you.
If what you say is true, and we are too late to prevent this ascension, know that killing a god is beyond even most deities. To destroy is to diminish one low enough to seal them away for eternity, as I have done once before. Such a technique I used to banish the chained oblivion once, after it nearly slew the knowing mistress. Having brought it low in battle, Ayun had devised something she called the Prime Trammel.
The Prime Trammel. If what you say is true, thank you for allowing me to represent you, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The Prime Trammel. Diminish one low to seal them away. The Prime Trammel.
The prime
Tremel.
trammel.
Trammel.
Guided by a sizable sliver of a god's power, one such device could be formed, and when enough are affixed to a wounded god, seal them away in a plane beyond the astral sea. Such a method could perhaps force a new god back through the divine gate and beyond the reach of your world. Ayun, however, the one who has the...
Wait. I need to Okay. Guided by a sizable sliver of a god's power, one such device could be formed, when enough are affixed to a wounded god, seal them away in a plane beyond the astral sea. Beyond the astral sea. So, okay. The astral sea is where the divine gate resides. I believe we got that call out when they were on their way from the material plane to Elysium. Is the astral sea is like where they are when they see the divine gate. So the implication there would be, to me, that the astral sea is the general soup that separates the outer and the inner planes including the elemental ones and the Feywild and presumably the Shadowfell. And that seems to even be supported by such a method could perhaps force a new god back through the divine gate and beyond the reach of your world. So that seems even more confirmed to me. The divine gate, astral sea, kind of in the same sphere. Okay, so it's a way to force a god out of the general radius of the material. Tremel's a word I'd never heard before. I've still never heard it before. No. I know we probably moved on. Oh, about acting. As an actor, you are the audience to your fellow actors. In order for you to do your part, acting is reacting while living in the moment. You have to be fully present in the scene. And in order to do that, you have to suspend your disbelief. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't. Yeah, I don't think so. I would just not call that suspending disbelief. Like, yeah, I agree that you have to be fully present in the scene, but it has nothing to do, for me at least, with how believable the scene is. Like, I can be in the most ridiculous scene ever, and my proficiency as an actor hangs on me being present in that scene completely regardless of how believable it is. So I disagree. I think, if you believe in it, it's helpful, it's useful, it's easier, but it's not a necessity or a quintessential part of acting, I would say. But I don't know. This was all, to be clear, in response that being a good actor would naturally mean that you have a low suspension of disbelief. That is the entire reason that this was brought up, and I just don't think that's the case even a little bit. I think that, like, all of these people here probably have varying degrees of suspension of disbelief, and I think it's totally separated from their skill as an actor or their status as an actor. I know plenty of non-actors that have very low suspensions of disbelief, and others that have very high. I myself have differing levels of suspension of disbelief depending on what the fictional element is. I have a lower suspension, like I have a lower threshold for suspension of disbelief. It's easier for me to accept landscapes and environments that are unbelievable than it is to accept people or monsters making decisions that I find unbelievable. I have a really, low tolerance, high suspension. I don't know. I have a lot of difficulty believing what feel like unreasonable choices for NPCs or monsters compared to unreasonable things for the environment. So even like within my own suspension, it depends on the subject matter. Yeah. It doesn't mean you have a naturally lower suspension of disbelief. It's just that you have a lot of exercise in doing it. Sure. That's fine. I'll agree to that. But I don't personally think that has like a bearing on what we were talking about. Like, that is, how do I say it? That is like I was saying, I don't care about this scene because I cannot, I'm not suspending my disbelief, or I cannot suspend my disbelief enough to care about this. I was maybe being a little bit flippant in my wording. I could. If someone asked me to, if it was endemic to the performance, if I was one of those players, I absolutely would, because it would give a substantially better performance than it would if I didn't. But that is not because I personally want to. It's not because it feels natural to me. It's because I know that is the path towards a better performance, right? And even now, I'm performing right now. You know, I don't have as much of a character that I put on as maybe some other streamers or some other content creators, but there's a distinction between Mega and Jack. There's definitely a distinction in those two entities, I would say. And so there are absolutely things that I will suspend my disbelief for on stream not because I want to or because like it comes natural to me, but because I know that it would be better for the stream. And it will make an overall better product. And my goal at the end of the day is to make the best stream possible. Your players at a D&D game are in a very different scenario to that. There is no like overall product. I mean, there is an overall product in terms of like everyone's like good time together. But there are people that care about that to differing degrees. And will be able to, and will like naturally suspend their disbelief more or less. I do believe that like part of what makes D&D successful is like you kind of get out of it what you put in. And I think a part of that is forcefully suspending your disbelief sometimes. But as an audience member watching Critical Role, I'm saying I don't give a shit. That does not pass the sniff test for me. And so we are in the scenario now where I would have to forcefully suppress my disbelief. I would have to override my kind of natural line. Whereas like a good example might be like Blueprints. I loved the world of Blueprints. I thought it was weird and wacky and very symbolic, but also like very grounded in certain aspects. And I talked to a friend about it that was like, I could not care less. Like they were like, the world just did not convince me. They're like, I could not suspend my disbelief for the world. And again, if we're being like literal, they could if they forcefully did so. But that requires effort and energy and like a mental disparity that you have to hold actively in your mind. Whereas for me, I didn't have to do any of that. It just all worked for me. So I would say that like the act of suspending your disbelief absolutely can be like an active choice that you make. But there is also separately and distinctly a threshold at which it is, or even a gradient of thresholds, at which it's going to be easier or harder in your own mind. And that is part of the distinction of like audience to performer. Performer, you have to make that active choice, regardless of how easy it is. It's just something you have to do as a performer. You just have to do it. Whereas an audience does not have to do it. And so as writers or, directors even to an extent, we have to think about that natural inclination of the audience when we are preparing our material. We have to think about like, how much effort am I requiring of my audience to play along? And we want to minimize that effort where possible. I don't know. Mega is not Daniel Day-Lewis. No, I am not method. Yeah. Can you? Come on, prove it. Sure. I mean, I could just I could just not say anything. Like if I just didn't mention it and I was just like, oh man, what a touching scene. Or like, oh, maybe I don't like the really serious moment after the, I could talk about all sorts of things of like the construction of the scene. Totally separate from how much I care internally. That would be suspending my disbelief, in my opinion, I guess. Is like, if I just talked about this scene and I broke it down in the way that I normally do about like various scenes that I do care about. Like if I broke this down like the Paylor discussion, when they were actually going back and forth between Marisha and Laura and Matt, about, volunteering to be Paylor champion, I cared about that scene. I didn't have to suspend my disbelief. I just naturally cared about it, and it was easy to dive into it. And I could have dove into this scene in the exact same way. There's stuff to say about the timing of a high-tension chase going directly into a very sober moment. And there's, things to say about the distinction between Vex thematically rising through the tower and then being reborn after her ascension, and how they will see each other after that, the individual things that all the players say. But I didn't go into any of that because I don't care. Because I don't care about the scene. I could do all of that if I forced myself to suspend my disbelief. But I don't need to do that because I'm not the performer. Or I am a performer, but that is not the goal of my performance. The goal of my performance is to be honest about how I feel about the media that I'm intaking. And the way that I feel about this, the way that it impacted me, is not at all. So I don't know. We're too hung up on the fact that Matt isn't going to actually kill Laura. I think I am exactly appropriately hung up on it. Personally. I think I have the exact appropriate amount of hang up on it. It's the thing. I don't think he's going to kill her. So I don't care about the scene. I don't care about them saying things as if they think she may or may not come back. I don't care because she is going to come back. You're being skeptical, as you say, you inform and entertain us. My point is that is a table full of people well exercised in doing make-believe for a living? Maybe the distinction between what we're saying is I am not questioning the players' ability to perform this scene. Not at all. I am questioning how much this scene means to anyone. I think it is an unimpactful scene. They're going to be able to perform that. That's fine. I'm sure that they perform things all the time that they don't care about. Especially as, as professional actors. They can't care about every role. And I'm saying that, the fact that I know he won't kill Laura, if I imagine myself in one of those seats, I wouldn't just opt out of the scene. I wouldn't be just I don't care about this scene, DM, just skip me. I would still perform it to the best of my ability, partially for the other people at the table that might have a different level of suspension than me. If I'm playing at a table with other players, I don't know how much they care or don't care about the scene. I'm not going to ruin the fun time for them just because I don't give a shit about it. But when I'm analyzing what I think any given scene is going to mean or is going to make the players feel, I feel it necessary to call out that, if I was in this scene, I would not give two shits about it. I would have to be very actively trying to inhabit this fake mindset of, I care about this. That takes mental effort. And that is going to make my role play less natural and more dependent on my acting ability and skill. It is, separating me from my character in a lot of ways. But it's I'm not questioning if Vox Machina or the players here can do this scene. I think they all can easily. I could. And they're much better actors than I am. But that doesn't mean it's good or fun. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's good or fun. I think it's now, has become a little bit of a chore. They just have to perform this. They have to, get the paycheck. And do as good as they can with it. But get the paycheck is, I just realized that came off not how I meant it. I'm comparing it to them acting for a living. If they did not care about an acting gig that they got, they would just be performing for the paycheck. This, I think, is different. It's much more of a passion project and also happens to make them money. Want to be clear. But it's if I was in this scene, I would be all right, I'll try my hardest, but I still don't feel anything from it. You didn't have disbelief that they were talking to a god? No, they convinced me. It feels natural in the world that they could have gotten to Paylor here. Yeah, I'm totally invested in that. I do not have to suspend my disbelief at all. Actively work at it to imagine them talking to Paylor. Even a little bit. Yeah. It would really sell the weight of the divine challenge if Pelor straight up said, if you fail this, you will die and you will not be brought back. Failing my challenge is final. There's maybe something there that could have, it's hard for me to say how much that would have altered my opinion, but it mostly, and the reason that I actually don't know that it would alter my feeling much, because the failure condition here is whether or not her heart was pure. And that's such an abstract thing that it would be kind of a dick move for Matt to kill her because of that. That would be a real dick move for her to go into the fire and for him to be like, nah, your heart wasn't pure. You dead. I just don't think Matt would do that. I don't know. Out of context, the goal of my performance is to be honest, which sounds so pretentious. Look, I've been accused of sounding pretentious before, so it wouldn't be the first time. I agree. I remember the first time around, I had the same response, which is weird. I've had LARP actors make me cry with stress, even though I knew the scene was fake. So are real consequences the issue? Yeah. Oh, yeah. For me, absolutely. In this case. That's why I'm saying I think I'm, appropriately hung up on Laura, on there's no way that Matt would kill Laura here. Or that the GM would kill Vex, I should say. Because there's no real consequences. That's why I don't care about the scene. It's a scene of will she get resurrected? I don't care. Because I know the outcome. Yeah. But then Matt'd have to actually bring a real threat of death mechanically. Otherwise, it'd fall flat. Good way to phrase it. Yes, he would have had to bring a threat of death mechanically. If it was just are you pure of heart, are you not? But yeah, there would have needed to be a mechanical threat of death, which is hard to work in with the whole hourglass stuff for all the reasons that we talked about in that conversation. But, yeah.
Design for such an artifact. She has been in hiding since her wounding. She heals still, the wounded god, and has feared for the past 8 centuries that her enemies seek to finish the job. We communicate on occasion through missives and emissaries. All that I know is the key to her hidden realm is within someone. The last word from the mistress from nearly a century before granted me this, and the gauntleted hand extends and opens, and there you see, apparating in the space above, what appears to be a 3-dimensional topographical map of some kind.
A map?
It's made of pure sunlight and flame.
A map?
It's a mountain range with a glowing light within a small, hidden house or hovel within a forest.
What? Okay, wait, I gotta get all of this. Maybe I should just wait until he's totally done talking. I kind of want to parse it out as it goes so that I make sure that I'm understanding. The one who has a design for such an artifact, she's been hiding since her wounding. She heals the wounded god. Past 8 centuries. All right. 800 years. Good to know. The key to her hidden realm is within someone. Very fun. I don't have anything complicated to say. Just sounds fun. As opposed to a literal key. The fact that the key is within someone. Fun. I'm down. The last word from the mistress was from the mistress from a century before granted me this. God, and there's the topographical map.
Make an investigation check. I would say Keyleth, Vexalia, Vaxeldon, and Scanlan.
Natural 20.
Good, thank God.
Wait. Who was left out of that? Keyleth, Vexalia, Vaxeldon, Scanlan. No Percy. No Pike. No Grog. Interesting. Those do make sense as distinct groups, but I can't say exactly why. But I do vaguely I can vaguely perceive the partition there. Interesting.
This might suck.
Also a natural 20.
Well,
It's amazing.
It's a real good map.
As well.
My investigation's not very good.
What'd you get, Max?
Not a natural 20.
Okay. Glancing at it, both of you recognize, as it kind of pulls back and shifts inward, this is deep within the cliff keep. This is far north of Craghammer. This is in a forested region outside the pools of Wittebach.
Pools of Wittebach?
Wittebach. Once a
Necessary mention, just gotta call it out. You know, it's my job here. Boo-hoo. Exploration pillar isn't very deep. Oh no. They see a cool-ass map, and they make one check, and they know where it is. Nothing super complicated to say, just Sag.
gnomish home, it befell to a terrible natural occurrence sparked by unnatural means, and now since it's become a series of acidic and toxic natural liquids and waters that burble up from beneath the earth, and many wandering giants and larger ogreish folk use to their heart's content. But it's not in the pools of Wittebach, just near this strange hovel. The voice of the Dawnfather burns forth once more, the heavy resonance shaking the room. If you seek to devise these prime trammels, then take this stone, my champion. It should be enough essence for one of them. And you watch as he reaches up into the halo, the corona of light around the head, and plucks from behind an ear a small bead of extremely bright light. And it seems as he pulls it from his head, you watch the strength and intensity of his glow just ever so faintly diminish, and places it in your hand. And as soon as it is released from the gauntleted fingers, so massive, each finger is as thick as your torso, it pops into your palm, and the glow fades, and there before you see what looks to be some sort of an oval-like opal.
I love opals. They're so pretty. Yeah.
now, I have invested what I can safely do within you. Go. Be swift. Find this key. Strike soon.
I'm sure that they will get a more specific answer, and I don't think they need a more specific answer right now, to be clear. First instinct, though, I like this trammel business. There is a very, as opposed to the vestiges, where there's this sort of vague understanding of, the vestiges will power you up, and you just need a little bit more power to face off against the dragons. You're also not going to face off against multiple of them at once. In fact, in the final fight, one of them will help you against the other. Actually, in two of the fights, now that I say that. So it's just kind of like a vague power-up. Whereas these trammels seem to, rather than being specific items, they are actually vague and ambiguous items. They just are like a sliver of power from a god, which means that Matt can devise all sorts of ways for them to be generated or transacted or agreed upon. And you just need a certain amount of them to make the difference with Vecna. It takes it from Vecna being it allows Vecna to still be this crazy, over their heads threat, where there's kind of no debate in their heads of how much do we need to power up to face Vecna? Right now it feels like they could not face Vecna in, even if they all got to level 20. Whether or not that's true, tough to say. But I think that's the feel that initial fight gave them. And making the quest, the pre-Vecna quest, just you need to get a certain amount of these trammels, and that will allow you to impact Vecna. And, your power should just be focused on staying alive in the process. That's a very different challenge from we need to kill all of the dragons using the power that our vestiges granted us to we have to stay alive as we attach a certain number of trammels to Vecna. That's a super different challenge that allows Vecna to be this kind of off-the-charts threat the whole time. while also giving a pretty unambiguous, well, maybe not unambiguous, it brings a lot of clarity to their prep, which I think is good, especially with the hopefully harder timer that Vecna's plans represent compared to Thordak's plans. And it does seem as though Vecna's plans are getting updated more frequently, at least from kind of the perspective of the players. So pairing that like push towards motion with a much more straightforward sense of when they will be done prepping, I really like. I really like all of that. And even though they don't know how many trammels they need at the moment, they know it is multiple. And they're going to go and find Ioun, who was the creator of the trammels, if I noted that correctly. That's all Wittebach. Ioun, the one who has the design for such an artifact, like a trammel. Guided by a sizable sliver of the god's power. So Ioun has to form the trammel out of the sliver of the god's power. Pelor's not giving them a trammel right now, but he's giving them the raw material that could be formed into a trammel. Yeah, easy. So now it's like they could go after more trammels, or at least the seeds of trammels. They could go after Ioun, who will give them the information to actually craft these trammels and probably tell them how many they need. Probably wouldn't hurt for them to have extras in case, like, you know, Vecna's able to, like, burn one off or something. So now it becomes a lot more risk reward. You can be a little bit more firm with Vecna's plans as a timer. Because there might be like a minimum amount of trammels they need, but then if they got more, they would allow Vecna's plans to progress, but their actual confrontation would have a like higher likelihood of success. That is a fun risk-reward choice to me, of making your confrontation more likely to succeed, but also in that vein, allowing them to progress their plans further and making that evaluation, I think, is an interesting decision point. So I'm into these trammels as like a conceit. I still don't know what the word means. I've never heard that word before. It sounds a little silly, but I'm into it.
Destroy or seal this great evil, and prove my faith in you is not misplaced, Vexalia.
It would be.
The doors behind you, they're already partially ajar. Open up all the way.
I guess I'll put this in a really safe pocket then. Just one that's like got an extra snap.
Yeah, it's got a protective
like
zipper.
Triple snap and then a zipper over it.
Just not let it fall in the toilet. Flush.
I take out the little pebble and I just drop it on the floor.
You actually reach for the pebble? It's not there.
Shit. Was there a hole in it? No?
No hole. But Sam Ray was not going to teleport you across the realm, letting you take away one of the prized souls of her people.
Oh, those were the souls.
Pope, Travis, that was the Pope.
Should have swallowed the rock.
As you exit the chamber, you can see the various souls in planar that currently wander the halls on their own business have all now joined shoulder to shoulder as a procession, showing you a respectful exit from the compound. And as you walk, they all seem to give a nod of respect towards Vexalia, the now freshly chosen champion of Pelor for this endeavor. As you step beyond the staircase that leads you down beyond the Fortress of the Sun, into the center of the clearing that is watched and protected by the various trees of the Dawn Father, looking out amongst the endless progression of the orchards, you consider what your next path is to discover who and what this key is to Ioun. And hopefully there's enough time. Because time right now and the decisions you make will greatly affect what can and cannot be done. And that's where we're going to end the session.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Oh, what the fuck?
Champions over here.
Oh shit.
We are the champions.
This is so fun. I'm able to do epic level content. That's so fun.
The
Is
twins are
every
officially
episode
salt
going
and
to be
pepper
this
shakers.
emotional just for the rest of the game? We can't keep doing this.
Liam, what'd you say?
I said the twins are officially salt and pepper shakers.
Yeah.
You totally are.
Oh my god, and I have the white.
You have the white dragon.
Yeah,
Oh,
scale
shit.
that's right.
Tight.
Oh, great.
Yeah, well, I'm glad.
It's actually pretty great.
I think this actually changes the crest of Whitestone now, because now there's a sixth champion of Pelor who's of Whitestone. That's like
That's
a 6 stars, not 5 now.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Oh man, you should really not change that crest because it's in the campaign guide that's being published in 2 months. Okay, there we go.
Just mine.
I feel bad about that now. I'm like, oh god.
Be here trying to know whose crest is the 5 founders.
You know what, okay, because the book technically takes place before all this stuff.
true.
So there you go.
I'm not going to hurt you that
Matt,
bad.
I also have to throw out playing. We on Skype now get the full Twitch view, so I'm seeing you guys with all your icons, with everything, and it is the weirdest amalgamation of Baldur's Gate and Sega's full motion video game from 1995, Night Trap, starring different strokes, Dan Plato.
That's all I wanted.
All wrapped up in one. It is the weirdest
All I've ever wanted
shit to see.
as a creative was to develop, design, and produce what I would consider to be today's Night Trap for you all. And if we can achieve that, I've done my job.
Liam, we miss you. Ashley,
We miss you guys.
Oh, miss you guys.
Thank you for staying up late with us. Really appreciate it, guys.
Love you.
We
Of
don't
course,
like
I love you guys.
God hunting without you guys.
Yeah, we need
Weird.
our East Coasters.
Man, I think I almost didn't Skype in tonight.
Glad you could.
Please.
No.
So
I'll give all my cows a hug for you.
All right, guys. Well, our tickets for the live show. Gen Con tomorrow morning. Look for that.
Tomorrow morning?
Yep,
Gen Con.
hopefully see you guys there.
That's it. Okay. That was 104. Interesting. I liked it. Despite everything, any critiques levied, I liked it. I liked it a lot. I really liked Pelor. Pelor was a surprise to me in all the best ways. I was into Pelor. The trial was fine. It was very cinematic in a way that is not really my cup of tea, but I think worked fine. I think it worked well, especially for his players, or at least what we see of them. I'm trying to think of what else. I mean, I guess this episode had all the walk up, and I'll have a more cohesive takeaway. But even, the walk up, I think I had some issues with the walk up from the perspective of giving advice to the average DM. But me as an audience member, I was enjoying the walk up. I was enjoying learning about all of the different aspects of Pelor's plane and how they manifest and the distinctions between his sort of the inner part of his domain and the outer. I was having fun, but I also read setting books for fun. So that's why my DM advice and my own personal taste might differ a little bit there. So what else? And I think that the setup for the further questing makes a lot of sense. Especially the fact that they don't have the trammels yet, and they don't know how many they'll need yet, I think allows Matt a little bit of additional flexibility when it comes to finding Ioun on top of gathering trammels in terms of how long he wants that to be, right? How much time does he want them to spend finding Ioun, finding trammels, before facing off with Vecna, and making it clear that there is an answer, but unclear as to what the answer is. I think it's a really solid. Pelor could have said how many were necessary. I'm sure it would not have taken a stretch of the imagination to imagine that he knows, given that he bound Thorisdon. But I think it was a good move to not say it, so that now we can run through finding Ioun, and we can be a little bit flexible or loose with how long or how challenging finding Ioun is. We don't have to worry too much about constraining ourselves to a certain runtime with that. And then once they do find Ioun, Matt can look forward, okay, how many sessions do I have left? And try to use that to set the number of trammels they need. So, yeah. Also, the fact that they were quick. Very nice. I like that they were quick. Even though the actual challenge didn't hook me too much, I like the overall construction of the way in which Paylor delivered the blessing. I like that it wasn't just they asked for it, he gave it to them. It had an amount of rites and rituals that needed to be observed, even if I didn't find the ritual in this particular case all that engaging. I like that there was one. And I do like that it was very fast. So I'd say, like, broadly, the positives of this episode far outweighed the negatives to me. There was just very little of this episode that I was kind of fully neutral on, that I was just kind of going with the flow on. I just had, either positive or negative opinions on almost every sequence. But the positives very much outweigh the negatives for me. That was a good speed. I like what it set up for the future of this arc. Coming into this arc, I was very nervous. I was very uncertain about what would be laid out and how we could accomplish that in like 10 more episodes. 11, I think, at this point. And now that we've actually seen a little bit of it, I'm way less nervous. I'm way more confident that Matt will land this plane in a satisfying way than I was like 2 episodes ago, even 1 episode ago. I think I was a lot more nervous. So, thumbs up so far. I'll have a more probably complicated takeaway next time, but I'll have to see you then. Maybe it'll be on Monday. Who knows? My voice is still kind of iffy. I'm gonna see a doctor about it. It's hard to tell. It might be getting better. It also might not be. And I'm very annoyed by it because it is a kind of wholly novel scenario of me losing my voice. It has symptoms and like effects that I have never felt before. So who knows? And so maybe I'll be back on Monday. Maybe I won't. I hope that I will. Either way, I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Oh, wait, I started saying goodbye before I started doing the end broadcast thing, and then I'm always have this little awkward segment where I have to talk